The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House as communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 5th, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Donald M. Payne, Jr. to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House on January 10, 2022, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for a morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip. Limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. Okay, go. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to condemn Vladimir Putin and the Russian army. These brutal and violent thugs have attempted to rehang the Iron Curtain for the sole purpose of committing abject violence against the free and sovereign people of Ukraine. The killing of women and children outside of Kyiv is a vile act. These acts amount to war crimes. It's time to deliver the lethal aid that the Ukrainian people need to deter the violent acts that the Russian people commit upon the Ukrainians. It is time to cut off Russian exports to the free world. No country that values the sanctity of life should want to buy their goods from Russia. No place where free people live should the energy that Russian refineries produce be accepted. The Biden administration must hold the line and impose severe sanctions against Russia for their multiple murderous acts. And the people of Ukraine must know that Americans stand with them in their fight for freedom. Thank you, and I yield.
Okay. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Upton, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, it seems like just yesterday when a number of community leaders encouraged me to run for Congress. Against all odds, we ended up winning a very hotly contested Republican primary, and the journey began. Throughout my career, I've leaned on lessons from my Reagan White House days, where my boss and mentor was Ken Duberstein, who later was his chief of staff. Reagan worked both sides of the aisle to get things done, caring less about who got the credit. And I made a promise that such a principle would be my guiding light, especially in these days of divided government that is the only way one can actually get legislation enacted. There's been something special in my household with highlights and lowlights that we often discuss at the dinner table. As I reflect back, there have certainly been more highlights representing the wonderful and diverse corner of Southwest Michigan. These folks are truly the salt of the earth, and I love them all. I really do, even the few that don't always love me. As chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, a huge highlight was 21st Century Cures, hailed as the most important piece of legislation passed in that Congress. It laid the foundation for Operation Warp Speed and faster drug approvals, including the first vaccine that Pfizer produced in Kalamazoo. And now, once again, with my partner Diana Gett, we're pursuing Cures 2.0 with all the disease and patient groups who joined us on Cures. My driving mission has been jobs in the economy, whether it was working on a North American energy independent plan, pursuing renewable resources, yes, dealing with climate change, changing the tax laws so that no longer do we have the highest corporate tax rates in the world, which drove so many of our job creators someplace other than America. Being the Republican lead with John Dingell on the auto rescue plan, the industry and all the jobs that came with it was simply too big to fail. Pipeline safety, protecting the Great Lakes, our drinking water has also been my focus. Every family in America deserves clean water. I've been more than willing to stand up for the less fortunate and vulnerable, including my vote last week to cap the price of insulin. I've had the opportunity to visit our brave troops in harm's way overseas in Iraq and Afghanistan, witness the tragedy of war like we see today with Putin's invasion in Ukraine. It was critical to pass the recent humanitarian and military aid. Yes, it was. And of course, witnessed 9/11 here and pushed hard on the recommendation by the 9/11 Commission to protect against such an attack again. As a former Boy Scout, I believe in leaving the campground better than one found it. I've worked with 7 administrations, 7 House speakers. None of them would call me a rubber stamp. If it's good policy for Michigan, it's good enough for all of us. As a vice chair of the Bipartisan Problem Solvers Caucus, we have pushed the envelope to get things done, taking on some complex and often controversial issues that others may want to just sweep under the rug. Immigration reform, including border security for our dreamers and farmers. A real honest-to-goodness infrastructure bill that passed 69-30 in the Senate, but then hit the rocks here in the House, barely surviving Trump's opposition despite his call for a proposal twice as expensive with no pay-fors. I've worked alongside real giants who put principle over politics. Greg Walden, Paul Henry, Mike Rogers, T. Berry, Susan Brooks, Dent, John Lewis, Mike Castle, Henry Hyde, Amo Houghton, Dave Camp, Nancy Johnson, and Don Young were among the best. I work daily on all things Michigan, particularly with Debbie Dingell, and we've been hitting the road to push for civility. Hopefully civility and bipartisanship versus discord can rule, not rue the day. Current colleagues like CMR, Womack, Mario, Josh, Brian Fitzpatrick, Tom Cole, Dave McKinley, Kildee, Katko, Kurt Schrader, Dean Phillips, Peter Meyer, and my friend Steny cut the mustard too. I've been blessed having a wonderful, hardworking staff all these years. Yes, 2 of them, including my Chief of Staff, Joan Hillebrands, have been on my team 36 years, with another handful between 15 and 30 years. Our district team has worked on so many different casework issues in the tens of thousands. Throughout the COVID nightmare, we worked with our local bankers to save dozens of small businesses with PPP, and we worked to get vital supplies to our wonderful health facilities and frontline workers who are still so stressed today. Even the best stories has a last chapter. This is it for me. I've done the zillions of airline miles back and forth. I've signed Fred to over 1 million letters, cast more votes than anyone in this chamber while here, and by most accounts have succeeded in making a difference, accomplishing what I've set out to do with more unfinished work still yet to come. Arthur Brooks recently wrote about 3 traits most important in life: honesty, compassion, and faith. I'd like to think those same yardsticks were passed along to me by my parents watching on C-SPAN now. Someone asked my wife, Amy, what would be the next chapter? She said, and they lived happily ever after. Indeed, we will. I want to thank Amy, our 2 kids, 3 grandkids, for giving me so much to look forward to. Thanks again to the people of my district who placed their faith and confidence in me all these great years. God bless the USA. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't even read. Mr. Speaker, for 35 years, Fred Upton has been a devoted public servant for Southwest Michigan, all of Michigan, and our nation. Throughout his career, he has always put the people he served first. To him, bipartisan and compromise are not forbidden words. Fred knew well that if we are going to deliver real solutions for the American people, we need to come together and listen to all perspectives, no matter how complicated the issue might be. And it is because of that thinking he was able to get so much done in Congress. I am especially proud of all that we've been able to accomplish together. Thanks to his partnership, we were able to pass legislation to protect the Great Lakes for future generations, lower the cost of health care for all Americans. Together, we've championed removing the harmful PFAS chemicals from our nation's drinking water. And I am confident we're going to get this to the president's desk. While we may not have found harmony on every issue, Fred and I always managed to disagree without vitriolic rhetoric and mean-spirited language. Even through our toughest discussions, Fred always found a way to make me laugh, except today. It is his civility that I and Congress will miss the most. Fred really believed that he was an American first, that reaching across the aisle was important, that working together is how we get things done for the American people. His retiring is a loss for this country, and especially the people of Michigan. Fred is a dear friend to me, was John's best friend, was there when John died. The Dingell family loves him. He is one of the greatest Michiganders to serve our country. I wish him, Amy, and their family the best as they prepare for the next adventure. And there will be one. Thank you, Fred. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, want to express my thanks to the gentleman from Michigan for his years of service to this country, to this body, and to the great state of Michigan. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the Virginia Military Institute club boxing team, which recently won the United States Intercollegiate Boxing Association National Championships in Atlanta, Georgia. This victory marks the program's second national title in 7 years, the last of which came in 2015. Throughout this year's tournament, the team amassed an impressive 20-8 record, scoring 6 knockouts, 1 technical knockout, 9 unanimous decisions, and 4 split decisions. Of the 14 cadets competing, 5 won individual national championship belts, while another 7 took home silver medals. Each of these national champions and runners-up also earned All-American individual honors for their stellar performances in their respective weight classes. The team's coach, Joe Schaefer, credited their win to preparation, dedication, and hard work. Coach Schaefer said, "We represented the Institute with a fighting spirit, honoring VMI's history, upholding the passions of our forefathers, and personifying the principles of excellence for VMI." The cadets certainly showcased the very best of the Virginia Military Institute, and the team should be incredibly proud of their efforts. Congratulations again to these national champions. They made the Commonwealth proud. Mr. Speaker, our nation is in the midst of an economic crisis, yet the Biden administration fails to take action to ease the burden on American families. When inflation began to soar and hit a 40-year high recently, the president's own chief of staff shrugged it off as a, quote, high-class problem, end quote, insinuating that it was only affecting the wealthy, which we know not to be true. Instead of offering solutions, this administration offers excuses. Perhaps worst of all is the fact that when given the chance to combat soaring prices by reining in wasteful spending, President Biden went entirely in the opposite direction by proposing a $5.8 trillion budget that is more of the same liberal tax and spend policies that have led us to this economic crisis in the first place. If Biden's budget were adopted, the national debt would reach a new record by the end of the decade, growing by over $15 trillion, reaching $45 trillion by 2032, or about $350,000 per household. Further, not only does his budget proposal include nearly $2.5 trillion in new or increased taxes, it also increases the corporate tax rate to 28%, higher than even communist China. As an American, I am offended by that. Every American should be offended by that. The Tax Foundation estimated that this increase would kill 159,000 jobs, shrink the economy by $720 billion, and cut wages for low-income workers. President Biden's budget will leave the overwhelming majority of Americans behind, explode the national debt, and cause inflation to skyrocket even higher. Our citizens deserve better than what their president is giving them. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Sarah Phyllis McCormick.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to applaud the Democrats working with the Biden administration to achieve the best job creation record in the United States history. Together, we have created 7.9 million jobs and seen the largest decrease in unemployment in history. In March, the national unemployment rate fell to 3.6, faster than expected, and reached the lowest level since February of 2020. The United States has now regained 93% of the jobs lost during the pandemic. There has been particularly strong gains in the industry integral to addressing supply chain challenges, including manufacturing, construction, and transportation, and warehousing. Despite strong economic growth and wage gains, global price increases make it harder for U.S. workers and families to recover everyday expenses. The higher prices deprive households of the full benefits of the strongest wage growth seen in years. Investing in children and families, workers, and small businesses, as the Building a Better American agenda does, would address the root causes of inflation and reduce some of the biggest expenses in our households. While we are making great strides in ensuring a thriving economy, however, we must also remain committed to ensuring access to health care for all Americans. There is no wealth without good health. While the Affordable Health Care Act has been critical in addressing the health care gap, but we know Black and brown and low-income families across this nation are still disproportionately impacted by health disparities. Allow me to share some daunting data to paint the seriousness of my concerns. In 2018, approximately 21.5% of Hispanic adults over age 20 were diagnosed with diabetes, compared to 13% of white adults over the age of 20. Hispanic women are 40% more likely to have cervical cancer and 20% more likely to die from cervical cancer, more than non-Hispanic white women. There are 11 infant deaths per 1,000 live births among Black women. This is almost twice the national average. Alleviating health disparities will require a deliberate and a sustained effort to address social economic determinants of health, such as poverty, segregation, and environmental degradation. Furthermore, regarding mortality health, I plan to vote in favor of H.R. 1218, Data Mapping to Save Moms Lives Act. This legislation will utilize data mapping to show where high rates of poor maternal health outcomes overlap with the lack of access to broadband services to help identify where improved access to telehealth services can be most effective. According to the CDC, severe complications related to pregnancy, known as severe maternal morbidity, impacts over 50,000 women in the United States each year. Unfortunately, Black women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. In my own state, Florida ranks 32nd out of the 50 states in the U.S. in terms of the highest maternal mortality rates. As we continue to create a more robust economy, we must also address health disparities in our nation, which in many cases have led to countless premature deaths. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
The gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a short time ago, Mr. Upton of Michigan gave a heartfelt speech about his time in Congress, and I just want to pass along my appreciation for him, especially his hard work in shepherding through the 21st Century Cures Act just a couple of terms ago. Appreciate that and his strong work in the Congress. God bless Mr. Fred Upton. Mr. Speaker, I get up here and speak a lot about the situation with food availability in this country. farming, the availability of food that comes from farming. And just recently, when President Biden basically promised food shortages around the world and even the effect here in the United States, the land of abundance and the capability of growing much more than our own food supply. There's no reason the United States should be running short of food in any fashion for our own people and our ability to help other people around the world with exports or the food programs that aid those that are in the poor, dire situations in some other countries. But yet, indeed, my wife just told me a couple days ago, she was in the market there, and there's an entire freezer shelf that was empty in one of the large chains, grocery stores in Northern California. How can this be? Why is it? I know we're coming out of COVID. That caused some problems. But the essential workers were in there pretty much the whole time, making it happen, making beef available to our store shelves. Everything else. The farmers probably never really left the field. There's no reason we should be having shortages. I still hearken back to the story about 30-something years ago when Boris Yeltsin, president of Russia, came to this country along with President Bush at the time, and he'd visited the Johnson Space Center in Houston. Well, on the way out, they stopped at a grocery store there in Texas. Yeltsin just wanted to see that, I guess. And he was amazed by what is on the shelves of American stores, the bounty we have. I think it moved him to become emotional about it. And it also moved him to give up his role in the Communist Party in Russia and try to start reforming his country. Indeed, he was quoted as saying, if the Russian people could see what was on the shelves here, there'd be a revolution. That's pretty amazing. So what are we doing here in this country? The regulatory agencies, policies come out of this administration, and of course the state one in California, are basically running agriculture off the map. Taking the water away from farmers in California is a big example. Now, people around the country may be watching and wonder, why does that affect me, man? You know, a bunch of California problems. They're all messed up out there anyway. Okay? So what's important, though, is that so many of these products we grow in California benefit the whole country. There's at least a dozen crops that 90 to 98% of them that Americans consume are grown in my home state. I went to this irrigation district meeting just recently here in my district. A whole bunch of farmers were gathered with the district managers there, their board. And indeed, the district's doing everything it can to make a bad situation work just a little bit better. Innovative ideas they're using. But the bottom line is the water's been taken from them. When you're talking Lake Shasta, Lake Oroville, the other projects we have in California, the state project, the federal project. How's it been taken? Well, of course, we're going through somewhat of a drought situation, but a lot of it is a man-enhanced drought because so much water has been let out of our storage systems into the delta, ostensibly to help fish, ostensibly to help with water quality. Well, one of the delta fish you talk about is known as the delta smelt. It's gone. They go out and they take what they call trawls looking for this species. It isn't there anymore. So they've shifted the narrative away so much from the smelt now to water quality, salinity, such as that. So, okay, we get that because some of the Bay Area intakes for city use are in the delta and they need to not have salt water coming into those. So the fresh water coming down basically from the mountains flushes that water away. They need some of that flow. According to statistics I've seen, because I can't hardly get a straight answer, is that 6 times the flow has been pushed through there as what it would take to maintain that salinity. 6 times the flow. So much water is not being captured. California still has a lot of rain and snowpack that falls upon it. It's not being captured. So what are we down to? That water district I met with, those farmers, they're going to receive 7% of their flows. Okay? 0.4 acre feet. So if you had 100 acres, you would get to plant 7 acres. Can you imagine in any kind of business atmosphere where you get to operate 7% of it? We got to get this right. The federal government needs to come in and do its job and not just worship the Endangered Species Act.
Gentleman's
I
time
yield
has
back.
expired. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Right now, the American people are over $30 trillion in debt because Congress is incapable of being responsible with the American people's hard-earned tax dollars. Over $30 trillion in debt and counting is a sum total that we will never be able to pay back in our lifetimes, our children's lifetimes, our grandchildren's lifetimes, our great-grandchildren's lifetimes, and so forth. Our dollar is on the verge of crashing. We are also on the verge of being the competitive currency with another foreign country's currency, possibly China. We are not in a good shape financially. We also are looking at 7.9% inflation and rising with nothing to stop it. We're looking at gas prices that are getting so expensive people can hardly afford to fill up their gas tanks. Crime is out of control, and there's no reason for that. But now, coming up on May 23rd, the Biden administration is going to suspend Title 42, which is going to allow approximately an estimated 18,000 illegal aliens to come across our border. If you total this up in over 5 months, we are looking at potentially over 2.7 million people coming in throughout the summer and into the fall. This is unsustainable. This is also against our Constitution and completely irresponsibility. Now, we have something coming up that Congress is going to be voting on, a 41-page COVID-19 supplemental bill, because for some reason we're supposed to be spending more money that we don't have on future COVID and future COVID variants and future COVID vaccines, because really that makes a lot of sense. Why is that an emergency? It's in the future. This bill at $10 billion, of which up to $9 billion is for Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority. What is the purpose of that? It's in the future. Is this gain-of-function research? We have a lot of questions, but we don't have answers. This is also supposed to, for future COVID, by the way, is supposed to provide $750 million in efforts to fight future variants to build future vaccine manufacturing capacity. Haven't our vaccine manufacturers made enough money when COVID vaccines were mandated across the country? And they're still making a lot of money. You see, we've already spent $4.6 trillion in resources to COVID. $4.16 trillion in obligations, $3.63 trillion in outlays across 44 government agencies. The U.S. has made $825 billion in direct payments. The U.S. has issued $845 billion in loans. The U.S. has given $540 billion in grants, $50 billion in contracts, mostly through HHS and defense, and so forth and on, and more spending and more spending. Again, we're over $30 trillion in debt. Currently, the death rate for COVID is 1.22%. By the way, this death rate has continued to go down. Thankfully, we're all thankful for that. But yet Congress wants to spend more money for future COVID, for future vaccines, for future variants, when there's no need to do so. What we should be doing is we should be helping Americans get back to work. We should be helping small businesses. Most of all, we should be securing our southern border to protect our country and our national security interest and to protect our people instead of being completely concerned and wrapped up in another country's border and their people. While we are failing Americans here at home, we are too concerned about countries abroad. Now, we have other serious problems. We have things that more Americans have been ignored on. There have been approximately 11,943 deaths reported on VAERS, but no investigation. There's also been 1,676 miscarriages reported on VAERS, 5,592 heart attacks reported on VAERS, 5,164 cases of myocarditis reported on VAERS, 13,230 permanently disabled cases reported on VAERS, yet no investigation. But we're supposed to spend $10 billion on future COVID, future variants, future vaccines. Why don't we, if we're going to spend some money, why don't we spend some money looking into these cases reported on VAERS? This is why I introduced the Justice for Vaccine Victims Act of 2022, because there needs to be an investigation. Thank you very much. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to deliver the next installment of my Farm Bill Impact Series, The State of Agriculture. We're at the end of the first quarter. National Ag Month just ended, and as Congress prepares to reauthorize the Farm Bill, we should examine the state of agriculture. Agriculture is not just a business, it's a rich heritage and a lifestyle. Sadly, the distance from farm to fork has never been greater, and there are fewer legislators who have experience on the farm. Since Congress will reauthorize the Farm Bill in 2023, I stand here today to remind Congress that this legislation must be effective in ensuring the food security and therefore the national security of our nation. And we need to get in the field and consider the perspective of farmers, ranchers, and ag producers. Last month, House Agriculture Committee Republican leader G.T. Thompson and I did just that on the tour of my district. We went to farms, we toured facilities, we ate at dinner tables, and we listened. We did it because hearing from producers is crucial to legislating well on matters that concern their livelihoods. Today, I'll report to Congress on what they've been telling me about the economic, human, and natural resources surrounding their work and what Kansas producers believe to be the state of agriculture. A farmer or rancher's economic health depends on things like cash and assets on hand, protections against the government taxing the farm at transfer or death, and well-crafted farm bill programs like crop insurance. You don't have to look far to know that producers are facing the highest input prices in 40 years. Fertilizer is 4 to 5 times higher than it was at this time last year, if you can even get it. Equipment is backordered for 6 to 8 months. Parts are at least double the cost. Honor Chair Republican Leader Thompson and I hosted a roundtable with Kansas commodity groups, and all of them told me that if we cannot get input prices and inflation under control, today's farm and tomorrow's crop will be in much worse condition at this time next year. The day-to-day trials of operating successful farm, ranch, or agribusiness are challenging enough without worrying about these skyrocketing prices. Now, with President Biden's budget proposal, it threatens the stepped-up basis and imposes capital gains taxes on farms and ranchers that have been held in the family for 90 years or more. This new farm killer tax would inflict hundreds of thousands of dollars on new capital gains taxes on hardworking Americans and jeopardize family-owned businesses. The one saving grace for most farmers is that the 2018 Farm Bill protected and strengthened their opportunity to utilize crop insurance programs, even when conditions are dire. Largely, farmers want to keep crop insurance in place in the 2023 Farm Bill. One Kansas farmer even told us that Congress needs to use a scalpel, not a sledgehammer, as we refine crop insurance. Agriculture's human resources include labor on the farm and employees at the local Farm Service Agency office. On the farm, folks are hurting for workers. We visited one of the first feed yards in the state, and the family owners haven't seen a labor shortage with looming retirements this bad since before the feed yard's inception in 1951. Another co-op owner told us their workforce is down 10% with more than 70 open positions. At the local USDA offices, where Kansans go if they need help from the government, staff is also short. Traditionally, there's been a fully staffed USDA office in every county in America, but President Biden's policy have kept employees at home and turned those offices mostly all virtual. I met with farmers who are at a complete loss trying to navigate convoluted government websites instead of talking face-to-face with USDA employees. There's a workforce shortage in every industry, and agriculture is no exception. From the farm to government services for the farm, agriculture has been experiencing record employee turnover due to unnecessary vaccine mandates, enhanced unemployment benefits, and more. And in terms of natural resources, we all know America's farmers and ranchers are the original conservationists. America has vast amounts of national resources available to its stewards. The biggest threat to agriculture's natural resources isn't availability or the weather, but federal government overreach. Late last year, President Biden withdrew the Navigable Waters Protection Rule, which sought to undo the harm caused by the waters of the United States rule from 2015, through which the federal government aimed to control nearly all bodies of water, regardless of their size or connection to larger waterways. Because of this mess, farmers and ranchers have had to conduct their business under 3 different definitions of what amounts to water in just 6 years. President Biden has also halted drilling on federal lands and halted construction on the Keystone XL pipeline, exacerbating the price and shortage of American-made fuel. On our trip, Republican leader Thompson and I saw a live oil well operated by a company that produced 60,000 barrels of oil last October from 363 active wells. And right next door, we saw an ethanol plant ready to supply America with dependable liquid fuel if President Biden would just ditch this unrealistic and ill-timed electric vehicle push. You can't plow with a Prius. While I recognize the things like protections against the harmful waters of the U.S. rulings and oil and gas drilling do not live within the confines of the next farm bill, I also recognize that the protections and proper use of America's resources are vital to strengthen the American food and agriculture. The state of agriculture is strong because of the strength of America's farmers, ranchers, and ag producers. Congress has a responsibility to get them the resources they need to protect the resources they have to feed, fuel, and clothe the world. We must do our job. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12, Rule A of Rule Number 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, set your covenant before us this day. Show us how you have bound yourself to us time and again, throughout history and in our own lives. We need yet another reminder of the promises which you have so graciously given to your people. Remind us, too, that you expect of us not just righteous, exemplary behavior, but accountability and forgiveness. You desire not just our knowledge of Scripture and adherence to your law, but you desire that we check and recheck our attitudes, that they remain examples, reflections of your steadfast love for all people. You desire not just that we relish the forgiveness we've found in you, but that we share that mercy with each and all we meet, and that we do so with the same unbounded, uninhibited grace that you have shown us. Speak to us louder today, O good Lord, that we can't help but hear that you have called us into a marvelous relationship with you, that we would then be compelled to share it with one another. Show us your will, that we can't help but respond with faithfulness to you and to the needs of the human family with whom we are inextricably bound. We listen, we wait, we pray to you this day by the fulfilled promise found in your name. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of Last Days Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, restaurants have been hit particularly hard during the pandemic, taking on increasing costs while facing huge revenue losses. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan, the Restaurant Revitalization Fund provided $28.6 billion for restaurants nationwide and delivered over $85 million to restaurants in my community. Still, the demand was greater than the resources made available by Congress, with over 175,000 eligible restaurants who applied for grants, though the program going entirely unfunded. This week, we have the opportunity to fill that gap, support small businesses, and save jobs by passing the Restaurant Revitalization Fund Replenishment Act. I'm proud to support this bill and encourage my colleagues to do the same. After a long, difficult period of isolation, people are coming together, going back to restaurants, but we need to make these restaurants whole who have lost money based on nothing that they had done. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, President Biden announced his decision to repeal one of the best tools our nation has to deter illegal immigration, Title 42. Title 42 is a public health law that authorizes U.S. border agents to promptly send back illegal immigrants if they pose a health risk to Americans and are from a country with a communicable disease outbreak. This reckless decision comes as U.S. Customs and Border Patrol warned the historic surge at our borders already worsening, now even more so in anticipation of the rollback of this title. The U.S. will soon hit 1 million illegal crossings of our borders in just the first half of this fiscal year, which began in October. Last week, Customs and Border Control confirmed that over 300 million illegal immigrants evaded Border Patrol and illegally entered in just the last 6 months. 300,000. This is known as the known gotaways, and the true number is most likely much higher. Title 42 expulsions count for over half of those expulsions. The ones with the health issues are half of those expulsions. They will now be let in. So where are the concerns about Americans' health? We just coming off this COVID situation. Where's Americans' health concerns in this? This is a crazy policy that is not putting Americans first. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
As unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about how proud I was to support the Marijuana Opportunity Reinvestment and Expungement Act last week. It decriminalizes marijuana and expunges marijuana arrests from the books. Marijuana laws have been devastating to minority communities. African and Latino Americans are 4 times more likely to be arrested for marijuana offenses than are white Americans. And they receive longer prison sentences for the same crimes. Today, minorities are in prison for offenses that are no longer crimes in most states. This bill would give these Americans a fresh start. In addition, the bill has an opportunity trust fund to create opportunities for minority marijuana businesses. It is time we passed this bill and ended the gross injustice of marijuana laws and enforcement in this country. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move unanimous consent to address the House in 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The civilized world is shocked at the discovery of mass murder by Putin in Bucha, Ukraine. It is inspiring the leadership of President Vladimir Zelensky and the immediate response by Germany to Italy for expelling Putin murder-complicit diplomats. The innocent civilians discovered having their hands tied behind their backs, shot in the head, is a clear war criminal. Putin must be stopped with immediate military aid. Biden is correct to recognize this as part of the worldwide conflict of democracy with rule of law versus autocracy with rule of gun. An undisputed atrocity is the Putin murder of the mayor of Matajan and her family. I have faith in the Russian people with a great culture betrayed by the war criminal Putin. There is legislation for defecting Russian troops, diplomats, and Duma members to be provided expedited refugee status to America and up to $100,000 for any Russian military equipment turned over to Ukraine. Ukraine will achieve victory. God bless Ukraine. God save Ukraine. Long live Vladimir Zelensky. Congratulations, Mayor Dan Rickerman and the City of Columbia for sending aid to Ukraine. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the actions of Justice Thomas and his wife Virginia have undermined the Constitution. Ms. Thomas was in direct communication with the Trump White House in a conspiracy to undermine the peaceful transfer of power between presidents. Justice Thomas should recuse himself from cases related to his wife's involvement, yet he took part in court rulings and voted to prevent the disclosure of White House communications. Justice Thomas failed to disclose his wife's nearly $700,000 in income from the Heritage Foundation, an organization working to stop the January 6th investigation. Justice Thomas has repeatedly failed to meet his ethical obligations of recusal and disclosure that are expected of a federal judge. The American people entrust members of Congress and the Supreme Court to defend our Constitution, our laws, and our democracy. His wife's involvement in the attempt to overthrow the 2020 election, Justice Thompson's failure to recuse himself have made him ethically uncompromised, and he's unfit to be a natural arbitrator of justice. Justice Thompson, you should resign from the Supreme Court.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Gold Star Spouse Day. Today we honor the surviving loved ones of military service members who died while serving our country. This day offers remembrance for the spouses and their families, as well as time of recognition for their sacrifices. As an Army dad, I was blessed my son returned home. I'm aware that this is not the case for all families, and we must take the time to remember, time to respect, and time to honor the spouses and their families of our fallen service members. Gold Star Spouse Day brings awareness of the sacrifices and grief these spouses and families have faced in the name of our country. Mr. Speaker, let us all take a moment to remember that our freedom is not free. Gold Star families have lost a loved one, paid a heavy price, all in the name of protecting our freedom, and they deserve our gratitude today and every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, President Biden is planning to lift President Trump's successful Title 42, a tragic decision that will endanger every American's safety. But recent reporting further exposes the devastating consequences of President Biden's doubling down on his far-left open border agenda. Not only will Biden reversal welcome in countless new illegal immigrants, but Biden wants Americans to pay to vaccinate them. But it gets worse. According to this report, the Biden administration is even considering pulling the medical personnel from the Departments of Veterans Administration to assist at the border, taking much-needed medical care away from our veterans, our very own veterans. I ran for office because of our veterans and because they're not receiving the care they've earned. That's why I've asked to serve on the Veterans Affairs Committee. These reports should outrage every patriotic American, regardless of party, Republican or Democrat. We must never prioritize foreign citizens illegally entering our country over our very own veterans. I was watching this morning, and we see these unaccompanied males coming into our country by the busloads. We have an invasion on our southern border, and our administration, this president's administration,
Gentleman's
wants to
time has
take our
expired.
veteran care, our health care workers,
Gentleman's time
and
has
help
expired.
treat the invading army. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to congratulate Virgin Islander Aaliyah Boston, college basketball player for South Carolina Gamecocks, on her win against UConn in the NCAA championship, leading the Gamecocks to their second national championship. Aaliyah was also named the Wade Trophy winner, AP Women College Basketball Player of the Year, Naismith Defensive Player and College Player of the Year, as well as the Women's National Player of the Year. Go ahead, Aaliyah. 30 consecutive double-doubles. Her love for basketball was inspired by her sister, nurtured by her mother and father, the sacrifices that they have made and that you have made, Aaliyah, to be the player that you are. Hats off to you. We love you. The Virgin Islands is rooting for you next year and every year to come. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are at a crisis in America. We're at a crisis in Arizona. The Biden administration and the Democrats have done everything in their power to open the southern border. On day one, President Biden stopped funding for the border wall. Then he took away all of the good policies that the Trump administration had put in place. And now he's taking away the very last tool that we have to have some kind of semblance of border security at our southern border. He's taking away Title 42. I've spoken to both the Border Patrol Council and I've spoken this morning to Secretary Mayorkas. We are going to see an even bigger flood of illegal immigrants crossing our border. The border is totally out of control, flooding our districts with drugs, flooding our districts with people that have been charged with criminal activity in the past, sex slavery. Please, President Biden, secure the border now, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6387 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6387, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to establish a school security coordinating council and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 6387, the School and Daycare Protection Act. Over the years, we have seen horrific school shootings from Columbine to Sandy Hook to Parkland. As a father of triplets, I cannot imagine the pain of those who have lost loved ones to school violence. As I look back at my time leading the Committee on Homeland Security Subcommittee on Emergency Preparedness, Response, and Recovery, I take pride in the work that we did in the school security space. Under my leadership, school security was, for the first time in Congress, viewed as a Homeland Security issue. The Department of Homeland Security certainly takes that view too. My bill, the School and Daycare Protection Act, recognizes that there are a diverse range of DHS entities with school and campus security responsibilities and seek to ensure that activities are coordinated. H.R. 6387 establishes a standing council within DHS to coordinate school security activities, plans, policies, and requires DHS to report to Congress about the council's activities. Additionally, it authorizes DHS to participate in the government-wide schoolsafety.gov clearinghouse. Within DHS, there are some incredibly useful school security strategies, tools, and research being produced. CISA published a K-12 school security guide. Secret Service put out an operational guide for preventing targeted school violence, and FEMA maintains a multi-hazard toolkit to help school officials manage everything from tornadoes to active shooters. H.R. 6387 would help ensure that such DHS school security efforts are coordinated to get education officials actionable tools and support. A version of this bill passed the House last Congress, and this Congress, the committee approved it with strong bipartisan support. With that, I urge my House colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
I rise today in support of H.R. 6387, the School and Daycare Protection Act. This bill establishes a school security coordinating council within the Department of Homeland Security to ensure the coordination of security plans and policies regarding terrorist threats. Importantly, the bill requires consistent reporting to Congress on metrics regarding the efficacy of such activities and any engagement within the stakeholder community outside of the federal government. Additionally, it ensures that DHS is involved in federal efforts to maintain and publicize a clearinghouse of resources for schools to assist them in security preparation and planning. The federal government must do all it can to be a resource and to offer support to the schools in the face of terrorism. I commend the gentleman from New Jersey for his leadership on this important issue and in ensuring security for all schools. And I urge members to join me in supporting H.R. 6387. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Would the gentleman like to reserve his time or yield back?
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank the gentleman for supporting this bill, and we know that this is an issue that is of a bipartisan nature. We all want to make sure that our children are safe in school and between home and school. We have all an interest in getting the best information and resources to school administrators, teachers, and parents to protect our children. H.R. 6387 focuses on ensuring that DHS is effectively coordinating internally to help combat violence and other terrorist threats facing schools. Consideration of H.R. 6387 is particularly timely given how often schools continue to be targeted. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6387, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6387? As amended. As amended. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
So you heard me, Thompson, yep. Next one.
I got it. Well, they're not changing.
Just for this next round.
You good? All right.
No, now we're back to topic.
What's that?
We're back to paying now.
Okay.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5633 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 168, H.R. 5633, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to enhance transparency regarding reports conducted by the Inspector General of the Department of Homeland Security and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5633, and I am happy to yield as much time as he may consume to the author of the bill, the chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, the Honorable Benny Thompson.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentleman from New Jersey yielding the time. Mr. Speaker, my bill, H.R. 5633, the Department of Homeland Security Office of Inspector General Transparency Act, seeks to provide Congress and the public greater insight into the findings of the independent body charged with overseeing the 3rd largest federal department. The DHS Office of Inspector General has the dual mission of detecting waste, fraud, and abuse within the department and promoting economy, efficiency, effectiveness of departmental resources. Since the establishment of the department in 2003, Congress has looked to the DHS OIG to provide independent, fact-based analysis into departmental programs, activities, and personnel. Historically, the DHS OIG has provided critical oversight of the department, including audits of FEMA following Hurricane Katrina, whistleblower retaliation at the Coast Guard, and conditions at Immigration and Customs Enforcement detention facilities. Troublingly, for the past 2 years, reports regarding substantiated whistleblower retaliation or misconduct by senior DHS officials have been withheld from Congress and the public. Last year, the Government Accountability Office released a report that brought to light significant and long-standing operational weaknesses at the DHS OIG that GAO concluded have impacted the quality and timelessness of the OIG's work. Separately, an independent government watchdog, the Project on Government Oversight, in July 2021, found that the DHS OIG has repeatedly impeded and delayed ongoing investigations into alleged improper handling of intelligence and whistleblower retaliation. My bill seeks to ensure that the DHS OIG operates in a more transparent manner with Congress and the public. Specifically, the legislation requires that the DHS OIG, when it substantiates allegations of whistleblower retaliation or misconduct by senior department officials, provide those reports to Congress and publish them on its website. This legislation also requires additional reporting by the DHS OIG in its semi-annual report to Congress. When enacted, the semi-annual report would be required to include a description of every ongoing audit, inspection, and evaluation, as well as data on the number and types of complaints and tips the OIG received. Finally, H.R. 5633 requires the Inspector General to notify Congress if the head of any DHS component or office fails to respond to the DHS OIG request in a timely manner. The DHS Office of Inspector General's Transparency Act has bipartisan support and reported out of committee by voice vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my House colleagues to support this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 5633, the Department of Homeland Security Inspector General Transparency Act. An important element to all federal departments and agencies, especially DHS, is the Office of the Inspector General. And although we all wish there was no waste or fraud or abuse within government, the reality is it does exist. And it is the Inspector General's mission to help the department identify and address those issues as much as possible. I'm fully supportive of the critical role that IGs play throughout the federal government, including my own time serving in the military. They're vital to ensuring the accountability and the transparency into each department and agency's activities. And this is especially important in a department like DHS, with a mission so vital to the security of our country. DHS is tasked with safeguarding the American people, our homeland, and our values against all enemies, foreign and domestic. To do this on a daily basis, we must ensure that the men and women of the department are able to focus on their mission, and the IG's office helps ensure that this is done with integrity and honor. This bill, introduced by the chairman, requires the DHS Inspector General to submit to Congress various reports that until now have not been necessarily provided or available to the public. The American public deserves to know. And the requirements in this bill would help to make the IG's office and its important work more transparent, not only to Congress, but also to the American people. I urge members to join me in supporting H.R. 5633, and I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I am prepared to close after the gentleman closes.
And reserves, the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and prepared to close.
Gentleman from Texas yields his time. Gentleman from, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just as a side note here, we've been talking about transparency in this bill, and I think it's important that we do keep in mind that this is something that helps us in a nonpartisan way, regardless of the administration, regardless of quote unquote who is in power at that time. It is my sincere hope that this particular bill will actually advocate for the mission of DHS and not for a political gain, not for a political outcome. It's been my experience in federal government that a that a well-operating and well-oiled machine within the Inspector General's office can help to be that check and that balance. And I think at this point in our history in the Department of Homeland Security, we face threats that we've probably never faced in 6 or 7 decades. And we haven't seen the level and the intensity and the magnitude of those threats since before World War II, in my humble opinion. I believe with this piece of legislation that we can get to a point where the Department of Homeland Security does have that check and that balance and provides the American public the information that's needed and the transparency that is needed. And whether it's on issues that are cyber, whether it's on issues that are directly targeting our homeland, or even on border issues, we do deserve transparency, and I think that's what the American public is asking for. I believe that that's what this bill would do, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I have no further speakers on this, so I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A transparent office of Inspector General is a critical piece of a functional and effective Department of Homeland Security. H.R. 5633 seeks to make the DHS OIG more transparent by requiring additional public reporting by the DHS OIG so that the public and Congress know how their tax dollars are spent and can hold the DHS secretary and other leaders within the department accountable for wrongdoings by the agency or its personnel. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5633 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1540 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1540, a bill to provide for joint reports by the relevant federal agencies to Congress regarding incidents of terrorism and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks, and including extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1540, the REPORT Act. In December of 2019, a terrorist attack in San Bernardino, California, left 14 people dead and 22 wounded. Local law enforcement and first responders were heroes that day, saving lives just as they do every day across this nation. When terrorists strike our communities, Americans understandably have questions, and they look to us, their elected representatives, for answers. Our constituents want to know whether there were warnings or indications of a potential attack, whether anything could have been done to prevent it, and what can be done to thwart future attacks. H.R. 1540, the REPORT Act, authored by Congressman Pete Aguilar, seeks to ensure that members of Congress can be more responsive to their constituents by requiring better communication by the federal agencies with Congress following an attack. Specifically, the bill would require the Secretary of Homeland Security, in coordination with the Attorney General and the FBI Director, to submit to Congress an unclassified report within 1 year of completing a terrorism investigation. The report which may include a classified annex, must include a statement of facts regarding the attack, information on any homeland or national security gaps that could be addressed to prevent future attacks, and any recommendations for measures including changes in the law that would improve homeland or national security. This vital information needs to be shared by the executive branch with the legislative branch to strengthen our nation's terrorism response and prevention efforts. H.R. 1540 is a common sense measure, and I urge my colleagues to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 1540, the reporting efficiently to proper officials in response to terrorism, or the Report Act. Too many times when a terrorism incident occurs within the United States, consistent and accurate information is not communicated to Congress. Many of us, especially from Texas, experienced this firsthand recently when a British national, Malik Faisal Akram, took hostages at the Beth Israel congregation in Colleyville, Texas. And not only were the initial facts and circumstances of the incident unclear, but many questions remain unanswered regarding Akram's travel and admission into the United States. This is completely unacceptable. Not only should Congress have all of the necessary information regarding terrorist attacks and other terrorism incidents, but the American people deserve to know what happened and how our government is responding. The Report Act requires the DHS Secretary, the Attorney General, the FBI Director, and the Director of the National Counterterrorism Center to submit an unclassified report to Congress regarding any incident of terrorism that occurs in the United States. The report must include the following: a statement of facts, any gaps in our homeland or national security that could be addressed to prevent future acts of terrorism, and recommendations for additional measures or legislative issues to improve homeland or national security and prevent future acts of terrorism. I commend my colleagues, and specifically my colleague from California, for bringing this legislation before the Homeland Security Committee and to the floor today. I urge members to join me in supporting H.R. 1540, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, the author of this common sense legislation.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from New Jersey for yielding some time. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 1540, the Report Act. I first introduced the bill, as my colleague mentioned, after the 2015 attack in San Bernardino, a community that I've been proud to represent. This attack tragically took the lives of 14 people and wounded 22. If not for the work of our first responders, more innocent lives would have been lost that day. The Report Act would ensure that lawmakers and law enforcement agencies are better prepared to detect, prevent, and respond to future incidents of terrorism. And if enacted, the Secretary of Homeland Security, in coordination with the Attorney General and the FBI, would submit this unclassified report to Congress whenever an act of domestic terrorism occurs in the United States. By requiring the executive branch to share their findings with Congress, we, as representatives of our local communities, can act on the recommendations for changes in practices or law to prevent attacks and to protect all communities. I appreciate my colleague from Texas talking about other incidents, and we know that incidents of mass violence continue to happen across our country, including the moment of silence that we had on the floor last evening. If we can work together to prevent one such incident from taking place, Mr. Speaker, if both parties can unite to save one innocent life, this legislation will have been a success. I appreciate the Homeland Committee staff for working to get this done, and my colleague from Texas and my colleague from New Jersey for leading this effort. I ask my colleagues for an aye vote and yield back. Thank you.
Reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this bill really strikes at the heart of what the Constitution says. We're a co-equal branch of government. And the check and the balance on the executive branch, the executive agencies, is very important. We are elected and we have a responsibility to go to our districts to report back about incidents that are affecting our country negatively. And it's heartbreaking to hear any sort of terrorist attack, any sort of incident that is aimed at undermining our national security. That's why this committee was formed in the wake of 9/11. It's the purpose of our committee is to make sure that we have the ability to give the tools to those that are carrying out these missions, and whether they're Customs and Border Protection, whether they're TSA agents, or any other agency that is entrusted with protecting the American public. We deserve to have that transparency, as we've mentioned in a previous bill, and now to be able to report back. So I commend my colleague for bringing this up, and I hope, it is my sincere hope, similar to the other bills that we've discussed, that we can, as a co-equal branch of government, offer that check and that balance on the executive branch, regardless of who is in power, regardless of the administration, and to provide the necessary tools to continue to protect our country and all Americans. With that, Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I urge members to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, our nation faces a complex and evolving terrorism threat landscape. We all celebrate the heroic first responders who save lives when an attack occurs, but the American people also expect Congress to respond to attacks and prevent future ones. The REPORT Act is a common sense bill that would ensure Congress has the information necessary to do just that. The REPORT Act received bipartisan support during the committee consideration, and an earlier version of the bill passed the House in the 115th Congress by voice vote. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1540, the REPORT Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1540 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4209 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4209, a bill to support remediation of illicit cross-border tunnels and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include any extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 4209, the DHS Alliant Border Tunnel Defense Act. Is that how it's saying? Who? Listen. Since 1990, more than 200 cross-border tunnels built by smugglers and transitional criminals organizations have done smuggling of illicit drugs, humans, weapons, and money have been discovered along the U.S. border with Mexico. The Border Tunnel Prevention Act of 2012, signed into law by President Obama, enhanced the criminal penalties for unauthorized construction or financing or use of a tunnel or subterranean passageway between the U.S. and another country. Yet, since the time transitional criminal organizations, or TCOs, continue to construct illicit cross-border tunnels in the hopes of circumventing detection by border authorities. The tunnels are mainly used to traffic narcotics, such as heroin, fentanyl, and methamphetamine, and facilitate the illicit movement of weapons, contraband, and currency. Introduced by Congressman Lugar, H.R. 4209 seeks to build upon existing law to enhance Customs and Border Protection's capacity to detect and remediate illicit cross-border tunnels. In 2013, CBP established a Tunnel Program Management Office to develop and acquire technology to detect tunnels. With the funding and technological advances, CBP has significantly increased its ability to detect the existence of tunnels. These developments have allowed the agency to progress from manual methods of detection, such as human observation or traffic patterns and routine patrol operations, to the use of sensors to detect, classify, and localize subterranean activity. To help the Tunnel Program Management Office become more effective, H.R. 4209 provides dedicated funding and requires the development and implementation of a comprehensive and strategic approach to tunnel threats. In addition to authorizing $1 million annually to purchase specialized material to seal the tunnels, the bill directs DHS to issue a strategic plan that addresses resource needs, including technology and staffing needs, to identify, assess, and remediate illicit tunnels. The bill also requires a submission of a report to Congress on activities carried out to implement the strategy. This legislation is very timely. Just as technology that allows our government to detect the existence of these illicit tunnels has improved, so has the technology used by transitional criminal organizations to construct them. In January 2020, CBP discovered the longest smuggling tunnel ever found on the U.S.-Mexico border. The tunnel stretched for more than 4,000 feet and was equipped with a makeshift elevator, drainage and air ventilation, and high-voltage electrical cables. The consequences of not detecting and shutting down these illicit cross-border tunnels stretch far beyond our border communities. The impact of narcotics and weapons making their way into American communities can be devastating. And with that, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4209, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as it may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 4209, my bill, the DHS Illicit Cross-Border Tunnel Defense Act. I'd like to thank my colleague from New Jersey for his support. It's important to say that this is one step. It's not the solution for all the problems that we face at our southern border, but it is one important piece. Since President Biden took office in January of 2021, U.S. Customs and Border Protection has had over 2.2 million migrant encounters along the southwest border. And due to the sheer numbers of migrants that are flooding across the border, CBP personnel, including Border Patrol agents, are often diverted from their essential jobs, their daily task, to process migrants, most of whom cross the United States-Mexico border illegally between the ports of entry. With Border Patrol agents occupied with other tasks and not patrolling the border, the security of our southwest border, and therefore the security of our nation, has been crippled while cartels take full advantage. In addition to the record numbers of migrant encounters, CBP has been interdicting growing quantities of illegal narcotics, especially methamphetamine, fentanyl, and other fentanyl-laced drugs along the border. For the first time, the United States has reached a tragic record, an unfortunate number of over 100,000 drug overdose deaths in 1 year period. And that's, I want to repeat again, over 100,000 overdose deaths directly related to fentanyl in this past year, the most ever recorded in the United States. Additionally, according to the CDC, fentanyl is now the leading cause of death of Americans aged 18 to 45. In one of the communities that I represent, Odessa, Texas, law enforcement officials have reported 22 fentanyl overdoses in just 90 days. Parents nationwide are scared for their kids, and there is good reason for that fear. Fentanyl-related deaths nearly doubled the death rates from COVID-19, from car accidents, from cancer, and even suicide. We need a plan, a strategy, and a cornerstone of this strategy must be to stop the supply of drugs that are flowing into our country. Mexico is now the primary source of fentanyl and synthetic opioids entering the United States. And of course, smuggling those drugs across the border comes with the risk of packages being seized by our border and law enforcement agencies. To minimize this risk, in 1989, the Sinaloa cartel built their first ever narco tunnel, as has been heard this morning on this House floor. Back then, narco tunnels were short, they were unsophisticated, but over time, the cartels have learned and perfected these tunnels. They're longer, they're more sophisticated. They come with lights, with ventilation systems, with rail carts, and they facilitate the movement of drugs and other illicit commodities, including the trafficking of people, bulk cash, and weapons. Since 1990, law enforcement officials have discovered more than 230 of these cross-border tunnels, and there are likely more tunnels that exist between Mexico and the United States that are yet undiscovered. That's the heart of this bill. CBP's tunnel technology program has matured over the years, and under the direction of U.S. Border Patrol, this program has been testing and acquiring technologies that do three essential things: predict tunnel locations, detect and project the paths of the tunnels, and confirm a tunnel's existence and location through mapping and measurements. As CBP develops enhanced capabilities that will do the detection of the tunnels, drug cartels have become more emboldened, and they are creating more elaborate and harder to detect tunnel systems. Without this critical legislation, CBP truly lacks the ability to scale their tunnel interdiction and remediation operations. The DHS Illicit Cross-Border Tunnel Defense Act addresses this issue by requiring CBP to develop a counter-tunnel operations plan that would address risk-based criteria for interdicting and remediating illicit tunnels. And they will also look at the processes for sharing information on these tunnels and key indicators of the construction to educate field personnel and require an assessment of technology and personnel needs. Additionally, this legislation would authorize funding for CBP to counter tunnel interdiction and remediation operations. With the surge of illicit border activity, both above and below ground, CBP needs resources to combat illicit cross-border tunnels in order to secure our homeland and protect our national security. Passage of this legislation will disrupt and dismantle cartel smuggling operations, safeguarding American communities from the illegal narcotic problem that we see is completely devastating our country, including my home state of Texas. Border security is national security, and I'd like to thank Chairman Thompson, Ranking Member Katko, for bringing this important legislation to the floor today. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my bill, H.R. 4209, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Let me thank the gentleman from New Jersey for his consistent leadership as he serves as chair and ranking member of a number of subcommittees on Homeland Security. He has been not only an effective manager here on the floor, but he has been a very effective member and effective leader on so many issues. I rise to support H.R. 4209 from my colleague and friend from Texas, Representative Pfluger, after years of service on the Homeland Security Committee and any number of times going to the border. I'd like to first describe and acknowledge that the southern border is many things. It is a lifeline to desperate people who are fleeing horrible, violent situations that include the decapitating of their sons and daughters, or their husbands and even wives, the violence of some of the oppressive states in Central and South America, where young boys are recruited right out of their homes for gangs, gang warfare, and those families are intimidated and frightened if they do not give their boys to these major gangs and cartels. We have had any number of series of the flow of massive influx of migrants from the region. Many may come out of desperation for economic reasons, but many come with credible fear. We expect that that may even occur as early as the next couple of months. I implore my colleagues to respond to that desperation in a unified, committed, and dedicated way of Democrats and Republicans reminding themselves that the Statue of Liberty may be in the New York shore, but people view this place as a refuge. As a resident of Houston, I can attest to the fact that Ukrainians, Afghans, Africans, Haitians, and yes, those from South and Central America and as far away as Southeast Asia are now congregating at the southern border. I too was in Del Rio when the massive movement of human beings flowed for desperate reasons. But this Cross-Border Tunnel Defense Act is what we need as it relates to the known cartels and persons who are desperate to do evil and to bring the goods that will destroy our young and others who are addicted into the United States. This is the way, and they have proudly said that we build tunnels with lights, air conditioning, and whatever manner to make them palatable to be able to block, if you will, our law enforcement from achieving their goals. As the first member of Congress to bring a human trafficking hearing to Houston that is known as the epicenter of human trafficking, this is a vital source or legislation to stop the scourge of human trafficking, of bringing young children and young women. We already know that at the Ukrainian borders in different countries that there is trafficking of young kids who are not killed by Putin, that they are trafficking children and women in that crisis situation. They have no moral compass. And so this bill that strengthens DHS' effort to identify and remediate illicit cross-border tunnels built and utilized by transnational criminal organizations and smugglers on the southwest border is crucial. And I particularly support the Secretary's direction to issue a strategic plan that addresses resource needs, including technology and staffing needs. And what is needed is $1 million in funding for fiscal years 23 and 24 to acquire material to remediate illicit cross-border tunnels. I have said that they have regular good living conditions in these tunnels because they're so extensive. But this material includes specialized concrete with enough viscosity to efficiently fill tunnels with fewer insertion points. We need to combine our efforts as we deal with the scourge of the violent cartels, bloody, guns, intimidating people, and of course, bringing in illegal entities and some that are human life into the United States. The southern border is quite different from the northern border, and we must provide the technology for those who are there. But as I make that point, Mr. Speaker, I do believe as well that we're never going to get anywhere as Americans. We're never going to win in the fight on immigration, on migration, or refugees if we continue to stand in our individual corners. We have to face it. People view this as a beacon of light. You can try to snuff that out. You can try to turn the light off. You can try to tell them to go back. But they are entrenched with legacy history passed down that this is the place to seek opportunity and refuge. So I support the legislation. I thank the gentleman from Texas for his hard work. And I believe this is an important element to bipartisan commitment to securing
The gentleman's
our
time has
borders in the
expired.
right way. And I thank him, and I thank the gentleman from New Jersey, and the chairman and ranking member of this full committee.
Gentleman's time has expired.
With that, I yield. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend, the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Herrera Butler, and actually I'll make that 3 minutes.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Congressman Pfluger, for your leadership on this issue, not just this legislation, but the issue as a whole, because it is an important, securing our border is so important for Americans and really for security in the rest of the world. It's not a extreme view to make sure that we have control for the safety and security of our people over our borders. So thank you for your leadership here. And I'm very proud to lend my support to this legislation. I've recently met with a joint narcotics enforcement team in Lewis County, Southwest Washington, where I represent, and it's a community that's bisected by West Coast's largest freeway, I-5, that runs from Mexico to Canada. And these officers reported confiscating hundreds of thousands of pills laced with fentanyl, not to mention record amounts of other illicit drugs. They told me about 95% of the drugs that they've confiscated come via Mexico, and the amount that they confiscate is just a tiny fraction of the flood of drugs that are never seized by law enforcement. That means what's happening on our borders has a direct and devastating impact on the lives of those in Southwest Washington and across our nation. A big factor in the success of these drug cartels: underground illegal tunnels along the southern border. Last year, U.S. officials found a 183-foot-long subterranean tunnel near the border used by drug traffickers to conduct illegal activities completely undetected by Border Control. The bill I helped advance for the House consideration today would help the Border Patrol shut down these illegal underground tunnels used by cartels to smuggle drugs and conduct human trafficking underneath our southern border. This is a common sense and very necessary step to slow the trafficking of drugs and human beings, which is being felt not just along the border states, but in Southwest Washington state and across this country. I urge the passage of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close after the gentleman.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure and honor now to recognize for 3 minutes the ranking member of the Committee on Homeland Security and my good friend, Mr. John Katko from New York.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the Homeland Security legislation being considered on the floor today. Specifically, I would like to acknowledge the two Republican-led bills. First, H.R. 4209, the DHS Illicit Cross-Border Tunnel Defense Act, sponsored by my good friend and colleague, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Intelligence and Counterterrorism, Representative Pfluger. This important piece of legislation is critical to addressing the rampant challenge of illicit cross-border tunnels used by cartels to traffic people, drugs, and other illicit commodities into the United States. Make no mistake, we must take action to address the critical crisis levels of fentanyl flowing into our communities. So far this year, Customs and Border Patrol has seized enough fentanyl to kill 2.4 billion people. Let me say that again. They've seized enough fentanyl to kill 2.4 billion people, or the entire U.S. population 7 times over. Enabling frontline law enforcement to detect and mitigate the use of these tunnels by passing this legislation is an important step we can take to secure the border. I would also like to thank my other good friend, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Meyer, who leads the Subcommittee on Oversight, Management, and Accountability, for introducing H.R. 4476, the Homeland Security Trade and Economic Security Council Act. The COVID-19 pandemic uncovered many weaknesses in our supply chain. The first became apparent in the early days of the pandemic when the United States struggled to get such basic things as personal protective equipment. More recently, larger issues have surfaced among multiple industries as they struggle to meet demand due to supply chain issues. These issues are so large and profound that they very much impact our national security. This measure codifies two recommendations made by the Homeland Security Advisory Council on how we can strengthen our nation's economic security while at the same time combating the growing influence of China on the United States economy. I commend my colleague, Representative Meyer, for introducing this bill, and I'm very proud to be a co-sponsor of this legislation. As COVID-19 has galvanized bipartisan concerns about the nation's economic security, now is the time to act. I urge my colleagues to support both of these important pieces of legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to note here that we're not going to declare victory. Celebrations will be minimal should this bill pass, and I urge my colleagues to vote aye. And appreciate the support of the gentleman from New Jersey, of the chairman, and of the ranking member. You know, this is step one out of 100 different steps. You know, as somebody with a military background that was charged with protecting airspace, defensive counter-air, the border is very similar. It's layered. It's not just one piece that really is the magic solution. It's many different approaches that need to be considered. This is one, like I said, out of hundreds of steps that need to be accomplished to prevent the fentanyl that we just heard that could kill every American multiple times, to prevent the rest of the drugs that are flowing into our country, to prevent the trafficking and the crime, and really the overwhelming of our local communities. As I mentioned in Odessa, Texas recently, we uncovered the fact that in 90 days we had almost 20 overdoses from fentanyl. It's a layered defense that's required, so many more steps need to be taken, and I am proud to sponsor this legislation to continue to push for that defense and that architecture to be in place. We need strength, we need deterrence, we need resolve, and most importantly, we need the political will in a nonpartisan way to bring America back together on the Committee of Homeland Security to secure the safety of every single American. I've got no further speakers on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
And let me just commend the gentleman from Texas for this well thought out legislation. The challenge of ending the scourge of drugs in our communities is as complex as there are many ways these poisons come into our communities. H.R. 4209 targets illicit cross-border tunnels. By joining me in supporting this legislation today, you can help CBP continue to carry out its detection and remediation program in a strategic and common sense way. H.R. 4209 seeks to make smart and bipartisan investments in our nation's border security. And for that reason, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4209, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4209 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Purpose, does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4476 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 172, H.R. 4476, a bill to establish the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, Trade and Economic Security Council, and the position of Assistant Secretary for Trade and Economic Security within the Department of Homeland Security and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, today I rise to urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4476, the DHS Trade and Economic Security Council Act of 2021. One of the Department of Homeland Security's core missions is to preserve and uphold the nation's prosperity and economic security. However, in 2020, DHS completed an economic security assessment that found that COVID-19, quote, laid bare some growing gaps in the U.S. economy, particularly around manufacturing and supply chains for tangible goods, unquote. To ensure the U.S. has a secure, resilient, and prosperous economy, the assessment concluded supply chain gaps that could be exploited by adversaries should be mitigated. H.R. 4476 seeks to help minimize such vulnerabilities and enhance economic security efforts at DHS by codifying 2 existing entities within the department. 1, the DHS Trade and Economic Security Council, and 2, the position of Assistant Secretary for Trade and Economic Security. H.R. 4476 specifies that the mission of the council, composed of members across the department, is to assist the DHS Secretary with identifying risks to trade and economic security, setting priorities for the nation's trade and economic security, and proposing changes to enhance economic security. Additionally, H.R. 4476 outlines the Assistant Secretary for Trade and Economic Security's responsibilities would perform, including supply chain activities and enhancements. H.R. 4476 will help enhance the reliability of our domestic supply of essential goods to secure our economy. Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent that an exchange of letters between the chairman of the Committees on Energy and Commerce and Homeland Security be included in the record.
Without objection.
With that, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 4476, the DHS Trade and Economic Security Council Act. The past few years have been incredibly difficult for Americans across the country, with COVID-19 pandemic, the supply chain crisis, record inflation, and many others. These challenges have shown us the importance of our economic security and the impact that our economy can have on both our homeland and our national security, and that of our partners and allies. Our reliance on foreign products and manufacturing, from personal protective equipment like masks and gloves to key technology components like computer chips, have had drastic impacts on this country over the past few years. While there is ongoing work within the federal government with regard to trade, supply chain, and economic security, it is clear that we still must do more. The Department of Homeland Security has a unique position within our government to safeguard the homeland and the American people. This is no longer only limited to overt acts of terrorism, as we have talked about today, but the security and stability of our economy is critical to that of our national security. H.R. 4476 addresses this by codifying the DHS Trade and Economic Security Council, as well as the DHS Assistant Secretary of Trade and Economic Security. This will ensure better preparedness of U.S. supply chains in the face of future pandemics, disasters, and emergencies. I commend my friend from Michigan for his leadership on this issue and encourage DHS to lean into this role to strengthen our economic security. And I also urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4476. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close after the gentleman.
The gentleman
Closes.
reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 5 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Michigan and the leader of this bill, Mr. Peter Meyer.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 4476, the DHS Trade and Economic Security Council Act. The importance of our nation's economic security cannot be overstated. For our country, economic security means peace and it means stability. It means the ability to be entrepreneurs and to freely produce and consume goods and services. For each of us as individuals, it means a secure livelihood, safe communities for our children to grow up in, and opportunities to build new institutions and contribute to society. The level of economic security that we enjoy depends largely on the flow of goods, services, and information across our borders. Over the past few years, we have seen this flow interrupted significantly. Our supply chains were challenged and at times overwhelmed. Unfortunately, these challenges are likely to increase and continue because of the dependencies we have built on hostile nations, including our overwhelming trade with China. Vladimir Putin's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine is just another reminder of the global dependency on Russian energy production and the devastating national security consequences of being economically dependent on our adversaries. The threats to our economic security are numerous and growing and cannot be overstated. The peace and prosperity of our country is at risk. We saw the first inklings of this threat at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, when the U.S. could not find enough personal protective equipment for its hospitals and medical providers, and China threatened our security by imposing export restrictions on masks and ventilator components, preventing U.S. companies from getting the deliveries they needed from their own subsidiaries. This was just the tip of the iceberg, because we know that China is working hard to expand its global economic reach in a variety of ways. A report by the DHS Homeland Security Advisory Council correctly stated that DHS has no choice but to play a larger role in economic security issues. It is charged with preparing for all manner of crises, from major hurricanes to terrorist attacks. The report also highlighted the threat that China poses, and it stated that these new long-term threats are economic, and the new weapons are trade deals, technological innovation, and critical supply chain dependencies. The U.S.-China strategic competition is increasingly driven by who controls the underlying systems and the rules by which we advance our economic interests. We cannot allow ourselves to be behind this curve in the next national or global disaster. We need to get ahead of it. To that end, the report made 2 recommendations on how the department can combat China's influence while also contributing to our economic security. First, concluded that to keep the civilian side of our economy functioning in a time of crisis, Congress should institutionalize a politically appointed official to conduct day-to-day policy coordination with who resides in the Office of Strategy, Policy, and Plans. This bill codifies such an assistant secretary position in that office. Second, the report recommended that DHS institutionalize a council that would identify concentrated economic risks, set priorities, and coordinate enterprise-wide actions on economic security matters. This bill follows that recommendation by establishing the DHS Trade and Economic Security Council while also defining its roles and responsibilities. Codifying these important facets of the department is a critical step to ensure our economic security. And the work that this council and the assistant secretary will do is critically important to the nation's response and resilience to the next unforeseen global crisis. It's crucial that DHS lean into its unique position as the only executive agency that deals with both the national security and economic prosperity of the nation and lead the United States government as the preeminent economic security agency in the decades to come. I'm proud to have led this important and timely effort and would like to thank my friend and colleague, the ranking member, Mr. Katko, for being an original co-sponsor, and also thank Representatives Luria, Delgado, and Slotkin in particular for reaching across the aisle. Economic security is truly homeland security. I urge my colleagues to support this important bill. Thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'd like to urge members to vote on this bill, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic disrupted America's economic security and exposed supply chain vulnerabilities. As a proud New Jerseyan, I would like to acknowledge the yeoman's work of the Port of New York and New Jersey, the largest container port on the East Coast, has done during the pandemic to meet the demands of the growth in e-commerce and move cargo into our communities in a timely way. As our economy continues to recover, HR 4476 will ensure that DHS is well positioned to proactively address potential threats and vulnerabilities that could be exploited by adversaries and exacerbated. I thank my colleagues on the Homeland Security Committee for unanimously supporting HR 4476, and I urge all my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4476 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As for yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. Does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5689 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5689, a bill to improve the provision of the federal resources to help build capacity and fund risk-reducing, cost-effective mitigation projects for eligible state, local, tribal, and territorial governments and certain private nonprofit organizations and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material in H.R. 5689 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5689, the Resilient America Act. This bill reflects a bipartisan agreement that will significantly enhance U.S. mitigation and resilience efforts. Federal policy that focuses on investment in mitigation and bolstering resilience is basic good governance and lessens the impacts of future disasters. For years, studies have demonstrated that taxpayers save up to $11 for every single dollar invested in mitigation before disaster strikes. There is no better investment. This legislation builds on existing mitigation efforts and will make our nation more resilient. First, this legislation increases the amount of mitigation funding FEMA may make available to states through the Pre-Disaster Mitigation Program known as BRIC, and makes nonprofits eligible recipients of these funds. Second, it expands the kind of projects eligible for mitigation assistance through the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. This includes enhancing the resilience of utilities to risks from wildfire, which will be of great benefit in the western states. Third, this legislation sets aside funds for the implementation and enforcement of the latest building codes and standards. Building codes make our buildings safer, more resilient. Proper building codes that account for climate change can mean the difference between saving a family's home and total loss during the disaster. I strongly support efforts to prepare buildings for actual hazard risk and climate change with updated codes. Lastly, this legislation creates a pilot program to fund resilience projects at private homes. Often, homeowners cannot implement recommended mitigation efforts, such as creating defensible space to protect against wildfires, removing overhanging branches to remove the risk of damage from severe storms, because they're too expensive. This pilot program will create the first federal grant program that allows homeowners to proactively take mitigation into their own hands. I am confident that empowering individuals through this program will make families and their homes more resilient, and again, in the end, save the taxpayers money. Representing a district that has been impacted by catastrophic wildfires, particularly in 2020, has made me painfully aware of the importance of the provisions within this legislation. I wish that this bill and the mitigation investments it authorizes could have been enacted prior to the 2020 fires. It may have saved some of my constituents from the trauma of losing their home. But I want to thank Ranking Member Graves, as well as Subcommittee Chair Titus, Subcommittee Ranking Member Webster, for their support and for working with us on this legislation. And I urge my colleagues on both sides to join us and support the Resilient America Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would yield my such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to co-sponsor H.R. 5689, the Resilient American Act, along with Chairman DeFazio, Subcommittee Chairman Titus, and Subcommittee Ranking Member Webster. This bill is going to strengthen our support for communities and individuals mitigating disasters. And we know that every dollar invested upfront in mitigation, $4 to $11 are saved in damages from a disaster. Given that, one way we lower the cost of future disasters is investing upfront in mitigation. This bill builds on the bipartisan work that we did on mitigation in the Disaster Discovery Reform Act of 2018. It ensures mitigation funds are spent and targeted in ways to support efforts by communities and homeowners to save lives and to reduce damages. In my district, my constituents regularly experience flooding that not only causes damage to homes and businesses, but disrupts lives and displaces people, and sadly, the time it takes to recover and receive assistance is far too long. I'm glad to see more being done to make common sense investments on the front end through mitigation projects, which will save taxpayers money. Even more importantly, it can help save lives. This bill also has the support of several groups, including the National Association of Home Builders. And Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter of support from the National Association of Home Builders.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do again want to thank Chairman DeFazio for working with us on this bill, as we have all seen the effects of disasters in our district and across America. And I would urge support this bipartisan legislation, and with that, reserve the balance of my time.
Is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the congressional record 2 letters of support for H.R. 5689, one from the Build Strong Coalition and one from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as she may consume to the chair of the subcommittee, Ms. Titus from Nevada.
The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just stand to add my voice to the bipartisan chorus of support for this bill, including our Chairman of Transportation Infrastructure, Mr. DeFazio, Ranking Member, Mr. Graves, and Ranking Member of my subcommittee, Mr. Webster, all for leading on this bill and just working so hard to bring relief to not only our communities, but individuals who are hit by natural disasters and other calamities like we saw during COVID. Creating a federal policy that supports projects focused on mitigating risk and bolstering resilience is good government. There's no two ways about it. This legislation features a number of key provisions that will make our nation more resilient. One, it increases state funding for pre-disaster mitigation ounce of prevention's worth a pound of cure. It expands assistance for western states like Nevada that are at the risk of wildfires, which we see coming more often, lasting longer, and being more intense. It also reserves funds to implement and enforce the latest building codes and standards. So when we do build back, we build back better, not to the status quo ante. And it empowers families to proactively take mitigation measures into their own hands because they may know best what they need there at home. I strongly support this legislation. We must wake up to the realities of climate change and the increasing intensity and cost of the natural disasters that it causes. This will help to make our nation more resilient, and I ask my colleagues to support it. Thank you very much.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. This time I'd yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, the ranking member of the Aviation Subcommittee, Mr. Graves.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we spend an average of $100 billion a year responding to disasters. $100 billion. This is a number that we can't afford to continue responding, continue reacting to disasters. The National Institutes of Building Standards have done all sorts of analysis looking at the efficacy of making investments on the front end. On the front end. So, Mr. Speaker, we're not in a situation where, as in the chairman's case, we're having to go into Oregon or Washington or California or other states out west and pick up the pieces of these communities destroyed by forest fires. We don't have to go into these communities that have been impacted by severe winter storms, communities living along rivers that have been inundated by floods, or communities on the southern coast, the Gulf Coast, or the East Coast that have been pummeled by hurricanes, such as our home state of Louisiana, with just in recent years, hurricanes Laura, Delta, Zeta, Ida, some of the most powerful hurricanes to ever make landfall in the United States. The National Institute of Building Standards have found that for every $1 you invest in natural mitigation solutions, you get up to $13 in savings. By adopting more resilient building standards, building codes, you get up to $11 in savings. Let me say it again, Mr. Speaker. We can't afford to keep doing this. $100 billion a year. As Ranking Member Graves noted a few minutes ago, back in 2018, we worked on a bipartisan basis to actually enact the BRIC program, to really take the PDM, the Pre-Disaster Mitigation Program, and put it on steroids. And this, based on the incredible popularity of the program, the progress that's been made, this legislation helps to advance it even further by increasing the funds that are available, most importantly, by eating into that $100 billion we're spending in taxpayer funds every year responding to disasters, reducing that cost, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, the most important thing is the actual impact on the ground. Those communities out west that are dealing with forest fires, helping to stop, prevent, contain those forest fires. Those communities that are experiencing devastation from winter storms, helping to protect and make them more resilient. Communities that are getting repetitive floods, making sure those communities can withstand those floods, and those communities that we represent in South Louisiana that have had hurricane after hurricane that are truly challenging the existence, the livelihood of those communities, helping to make sure they can withstand these storms, and we can continue to live life and enjoy life in coastal communities like South Louisiana. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Chairwoman Titus and Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, and Ranking Member Webster. We were able to include 2 amendments in here. Number 1, we worked with Congressman Dunn on the very important. Right now, FEMA takes so long to reimburse communities in the aftermath of a disaster. In many cases, our parishes, our counties, and states have to take out loans. And so there's an amendment added to this bill that mandates that FEMA pay the interest cost of the loan. If they're going to take forever to reimburse, they can at least cover the loan cost, the interest cost on the loan. And the second one is as a government efficiency provision. Right now, the Corps of Engineers has the most arduous process in the federal government for developing projects, including cost-to-benefit ratios, environmental analysis, and technical feasibility. Yet under current law, Corps of Engineer projects are prohibited from receiving funds under the BRIC program or PDM. This fixes it. If that's the best solution, if it's the greatest cost savings, if it's the best efficiency of the dollar, my goodness, we shouldn't be stopping it. We should be incentivizing it. So I want to thank all the folks that worked together on this legislation. I look forward to enactment and urge adoption and yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I would reserve. I have no further speakers.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate Ranking Member Graves for the time on this, as well as the bipartisan effort with Chairman DeFazio and everybody in on this important legislation. The Resilient America Act really indeed is like the old adage, a stitch in time saves 9. And when you can spend dollars up front mitigating, such as this bill moves to do, to make a larger pool of money available under FEMA to do so, it just saves a lot of extra pain and suffering. You know, Mr. Graves, Garrett Graves, talked about the $100 billion year in, year out we're spending on disaster relief. And it's good we do so, but we can nip a lot of this in the bud by applying this type of thinking towards all types of possible disasters. In my home district, you know, last year, the Dixie Fire, right at 1 million acres. The Camp Fire before that hit the town of Paradise. You all heard all about that in the news. 85 people lost their lives, destroyed 90% of the town. Now, if we could get ahead of the curve on this, whatever is applicable for FEMA pre-assistance, pre-work, hardening power lines, having buildings that can be hardened with the right materials for their siding and for the roofs, the mitigation we need to be doing in forested areas. Whatever is applicable, the more we can do of it, the better we're off. So we're also looking at flood situations. I have that too with Sacramento River and Feather River in my areas, as well as lesser areas too in size. So instead of fixing a levee on New Year's Eve in the middle of the night on soggy levees, doing that work ahead of time, upgrading them, makes it safer for the workers, safer for the community, and is much less expensive. So this is indeed a great success for us in this time and sometimes difficulty here in Congress to have a legislation like this with strong bipartisan support that can help everybody. So I'm proud of the work this committee's been able to do. I thank you for the time. I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close. At this time, I'll yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, the Resilient Act, the Resilient America Act, it does support the communities by investing in pre-mitigation efforts. And these efforts are going to save lives. It's going to save taxpayers' dollars by lowering costs of future disasters. It's going to do so many things. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would urge support of this important piece of legislation. And again, want to thank the chairman for working with us on this, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri yields back. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
We've just heard very telling testimony from Representative Graves from Louisiana about the issues with the frequent problems they've had with hurricanes down there. And then the gentleman from California talking about wildfires, which become more and more intense and widespread and persistent in the West. And the fact that on both sides of the aisle, I think almost any member who has had a disaster, a natural disaster in their district can attest to the fact that if his or her community had been better prepared, if they had taken steps toward resilience. If the federal government had given them that guidance and perhaps some funding incentives to put in place those mitigation measures, that lives would have been saved, property would have been saved, and ultimately the federal taxpayers would save a lot of money. So this legislation has tremendous merit, and I would urge that my colleagues support it unanimously, although of course we will have someone on that side of the aisle who will call for a vote, even though they might even vote for it. And then hopefully the Senate, in its total dysfunction, will look favorably upon this legislation. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oregon yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5689 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, on this, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. Purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5641 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5641, a bill to amend the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act to increase the threshold for eligibility for assistance under Sections 403, 406, 407, and 502 of such act, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and exclude extraneous material on H.R. 5641 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5641, the Speed Recovery Act. This bill will expedite the approval process for FEMA's small projects within the public assistance program. The public assistance process is often slow, impeded by bureaucratic red tape, so FEMA offers a simplified approval procedure for small projects that cost $139,000 or less. This program was implemented over 40 years ago, and it was intended to capture 95% of public assistance project worksheets. Been a little inflation since then. So today, and as we've noted earlier, many disasters are more widespread and more expensive. Today, only 75% of projects are being captured by the $139,000 threshold. This legislation will ensure that, once again, 95% of project worksheets are eligible for expedited review by raising the qualifying project threshold to $1 million. By updating the threshold for what qualifies as a small project, barrier to release and recovery will be alleviated. So will the time it takes communities to get back on their feet post-disaster, and it will allow the limited staff at FEMA to turn their attention to more difficult and expensive and problematic programs. With that, I urge all my colleagues to join with me and support this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to sponsor H.R. 5641, the Speed Recovery Act. It's a bipartisan bill that cuts red tape and helps expedite disaster recovery efforts, especially in the small and rural areas that we have throughout the country. This legislation updates the threshold of what FEMA considers a small project. It updates it to $1 million under the Stafford Act, $1 million under the Stafford Act. This is the first statutory adjustment under the Stafford Act for inflation and rising repair costs in nearly 3 decades. Historically, small projects have accounted for about 95% of all the recovery projects, but the prolonged failure to increase the cost threshold now means that 25% of these projects no longer qualify as small projects. That puts a huge burden on small rural communities that simply don't have the same kind of resources to deal with the bureaucratic or the bureaucracy at FEMA. For places like Craig, Missouri, or Brunswick, Missouri, both of which got hammered by the flood of 2019. It's meant more delays and headaches, just trying to get the help that they need to recover and to rebuild. Updating the small project threshold is going to allow these communities to have more control over their disaster recovery efforts and to allow FEMA to focus more on their time and resources on larger and much more complex projects, which represent 90% of all disaster costs. After hearing directly from the communities in my district about the paperwork burdens and the increasing denials over technicalities, my hope is that this common sense adjustment to the small project threshold is going to improve the process and speed up recoveries for many of our communities. We've also received a lot of support for this bill from emergency managers themselves. Mr. Speaker, I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a joint letter that we have in support from the National Emergency Management Association, the Big City Emergency Managers, and the International Association of Emergency Managers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I would urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
At this point, I would yield such time as she may consume to the chair of the subcommittee, Representative Titus from Nevada.
The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Speed Recovery Act will expedite the approval process for FEMA's small projects within the public assistance or PA program. I'm proud to join Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, and my subcommittee ranking member, Mr. Webster, in bringing this bill forward. PA helps communities remove debris, implement emergency protective services, and repair damage to public buildings and infrastructure. The public assistance approval process can be lengthy and complicated, and that's why, as you have heard, the 1988 Stafford Act ordered FEMA to simplify the procedure for small projects that might not have the capacity or the resources to deal with the red tape and the complicated grant process. The cost for completing a small project, however, is not the same as it was in 1988 when this was first established. Stakeholders have reported to Congress, and I heard during a hearing of my subcommittee back in October that the small projects the program was intended to cover are now unqualified. This legislation will raise the qualifying project threshold, and this updated threshold will speed the post-disaster recovery process and help us to make our communities get back on their feet. I support this. You heard it. It's common sense legislation, and I ask my colleagues to do the same. Use some common sense and vote to support this. I yield back.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlelady from Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
The gentlewoman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Graves. Today I rise in support of H.R. 5641, the Speed Recovery Act, which is a bipartisan legislation introduced by our Ranking Member Graves, and with the support of Chairman DeFazio and the Ranking Members, Chair and Ranking Members. These bills aims towards updating disaster recovery procedures, and tell me, I can talk about that at length. During Puerto Rico's recovery from Hurricane Maria, many municipalities on the island faced the situation where, because of the rising cost of materials and labor, relatively simple projects such as a repair to a street or a minor building exceed the current threshold for what is defined as a small project. That threshold today is around $100,000, which really only covers some minor work. This means that a lot of the work for which municipalities may have had the resources to cover their non-federal share to start and finish promptly instead had to go through the full procedural chain for major projects to qualify for FEMA reimbursement. Those processes themselves have taken longer than expected. It took almost 4 years in the case of Puerto Rico after the 2017 hurricanes for those municipalities, FEMA, and the Puerto Rico Recovery Office to be able to agree just on the measures to make the processes faster. That is years in which the people wondered when they were going to see the promised reconstruction. When a community does not see at least small things being taken care of, that weakens our communities and promotes displacement. Increasing the threshold to $1 million, including adjustments for inflation, would allow more recovery projects to proceed under simplified procedures, reduce administrative burdens, and provide more certainty for all. And this is a major step, and that's the reason I'm supporting this bill. Most disaster claims are on a small local scale where there's no need to navigate the same procedures over larger, more complex projects and tie up the resources of FEMA and other agencies just looking at those papers. Although FEMA and other agencies has been open to using the administrative flexibility the law provides, in many real-world incidents, that is not enough. These updates make the Stafford Act language match the realities of construction costs in our states, territories, and communities, which FEMA and the local authorities can then use in order to facilitate approval of small projects. Believe me, this is the biggest burden we do have in the case of Puerto Rico. 4 years after hurricanes, and we're still dealing with this. Many head of agencies, cabinet members, administrative positions from FEMA and the rest of the federal agencies still travel to the island to see how they can do this faster. And it's not just red tape. It's just amending this kind of language that will provide those projects to be speed up. I support this common sense bipartisan legislation and urge all members to support it. Thank you, and thank you, Ranking Member, for doing this. I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves.
Reserve.
Gentleman
Reserve.
from Oregon. Gentleman from Oregon reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMoffa.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you again, the gentleman from Missouri, for the time. Here we have, again, another triumph of legislation coming together that can be beneficial at no great new cost to the process. Now, Stafford Act has needed updating in certain aspects for a long time. When you look at some of the difficulty when you're in a post-disaster situation of having to deal with some arcane legislation and laws that way, it just makes it much more suffering than is necessary for people that have been victim, in my case, many of wildfire in Northern California. And so in adhering to the approximate 95% of projects being under the new threshold, that still keeps with what had been set in place way back in 1988. So 5641 is a triumph in that, and also with it at 10% of total funding for disasters, we're not blowing the budget on this either. So it's indeed very, very important, because when you're talking about whether it's my rural district or rural America, you just don't have the wherewithal to be hassling your way through some of these processes in order to get things going again post-disaster. So in my area, for example, towns like Whiskeytown and Happy Camp, Hornbrook, Concal, Yankee Hill, Magalia, Paradise, Doyle, Canyon Dam, Greenville, Indian Falls, and others I couldn't possibly all list here today. They're all going to be beneficiaries and appreciative of this effort, because they don't have the ability to fight through, small counties like Plumas County and Lassen County to have to deal with some of the restrictions previously under the Stafford Act. This would be a big win for anybody facing disaster, small town or even large, around this country. So this is another win for us legislatively, and I appreciate the effort of the committee, and thank you. I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I would reserve. I have no further speakers.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, H.R. 5641, the Speed Recovery Act, is a common sense. It's a bipartisan bill that is going to help many small and rural communities respond to and recover from disasters with less delay and much less bureaucracy. Mr. Speaker, I would urge support of this very important piece of legislation, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri yields. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Well, this is a needed adjustment in the cap, very, very long overdue. It will expedite assistance to individuals, but it also will, free up FEMA staff for more meaningful chores and work on ongoing and future disasters, mitigation, recovery, et cetera. So it has a tremendous merit, and I would urge that all my colleagues support this legislation. It'll pass by voice vote, and then someone on that side will jump up and call for a recorded vote because that's why they think they're supposed to be here. So with that, I yield back to balance my time.
The gentleman from Oregon yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5641 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the, for what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
On this, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to H.Res. 831 as amended, a resolution calling on the United States government to uphold the founding democratic principles of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and to establish a center for democratic resilience within the headquarters of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 831, resolution calling on the United States government to uphold the founding democratic principles of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and establish a Center for Democratic Resilience within the headquarters of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner, each will control 20 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
I thank the chair, and I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.Res. 831 as amendment.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first want to thank Chairman Greg Meeks and Ranking Member Mike McCall for helping bring this bipartisan resolution to the floor today. I also want to thank my partner in so much of this enterprise with respect to NATO and NATO Parliamentary Assembly, Mr. Turner of Ohio. H.Res. 831, which we introduced together, Mr. Turner and I, calls on the United States government to uphold the founding democratic principles of NATO and establish a Center for Democratic Resilience within NATO itself. NATO's founding document, signed here in Washington, D.C., on April 4th, 1949, this very week. It's clear NATO is an alliance of democracies. The preamble to the treaty notes the determination of allies to, quote, safeguard the freedom, common heritage, and civilization of their peoples, founded on the principles of democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law, unquote. The alliance's commitment to shared democratic values is what distinguishes NATO from any other military alliance. Without it, NATO is just another military bloc that does not like Russia. This commitment cannot remain purely aspirational or rhetorical. It must be operationalized. That's why we believe we need formal architecture within NATO dedicated to the promotion and advocacy of democracy. There are divisions and units within NATO dedicated to collective defense, terrorism, interoperability, hybrid warfare, cyber, climate change, and a number of other security challenges. But after 72 years, there's not even a broom closet at NATO headquarters dedicated to the promotion of democratic institution building within the alliance itself or with prospective members. The effort to establish a NATO Center for Democratic Resilience is an idea first proposed in 2019 as part of a white paper this member of Congress wrote on NATO at 70. As the current president of NATO Parliamentary Assembly, I've taken that recommendation and made the strengthening of NATO's founding democratic values our #1 priority. The Assembly has in turn endorsed this idea, the establishment of a Center for Democratic Resilience, and made it a central component of the Assembly's pro-democracy agenda within NATO. And we were pleased to see the proposal included in the group of experts report commissioned by the NATO Secretary General as we prepare for updating the strategic concept. The U.S. delegation to the NATO PA, which includes Chairman Meeks and Representative Mike Turner of Ohio, Linda Sanchez, Brett Guthrie, Rick Larson, Neil Dunn, Brendan Boyle, Jack Bergman, Dina Titus, Austin Scott, and Philemon Vela, have jointly written to the Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, and our Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, encouraging the Biden administration to work with our NATO allies to operationalize support for our shared democratic principles and to establish this center of democratic resilience. And to the credit of the Biden administration and the U.S. Ambassador to NATO, Julie Smith, they've followed up on this recommendation. When we met with the with the North Atlantic Council in February in Brussels, Ambassador Smith made a forceful case for the establishment of the center. And we were encouraged to see several NATO ambassadors join her in taking up the mantle and arguing in favor of this proposal. Today, the values upon which the alliance has been founded are being challenged by external enemies of democracy, all too tragically being witnessed in Ukraine. These forces aim to undermine the faith in and political support for our common democracies and the alliance itself. The strongest weapon we possess to counter effectively Putin or Xi's authoritarianism is a vibrant, robust, and immutable expression of the liberal democratic values that bind us. Putin's renewed full-scale aggression against Ukraine is a blatant attack on the most basic principles underlying the international order since the end of World War II, principles which Moscow has freely signed on to but ignored. President Putin seeks to crush Ukraine's democracy, intimidate other countries where the embers of democratic ambition burn, and by implication, undermine all democracies everywhere. We must respond by uniting around and strengthening our commitment to our shared democratic values and the rules-based order. The NATO treaty is clear. We are an alliance of democracies. As NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg said during the recent ministerial in Riga, Latvia, NATO was created to defend democracy, freedom, and the rule of law. These values define who we are. They are not optional, unquote. And as President Zelensky of Ukraine said during his recent address to this body, to the Congress, right now the destiny of our country, Ukraine, is being decided. The destiny of our people, whether Ukrainians will be free, whether they will be able to preserve their democracy. NATO stands for the preservation of that democracy. And we believe the Senate called for in this resolution must be part of NATO's work to build a bulwark against authoritarianism and democratic backsliding as we proceed. I want to thank the bipartisan group of members of the U.S. delegation for their support who've joined us in this effort, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this strong bipartisan resolution. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, NATO is the most successful military alliance in history. Our shared democratic values are a critical piece of that success. We are reminded of the importance of this alliance daily as Putin continues his inhumane assault on innocent civilians in Ukraine. Together, with our NATO allies and partners, we are unified in a strategic approach to counter our adversaries. Ukraine is not alone on the front lines of the global battle between democracy and authoritarianism. The United States and our NATO allies are supporting Ukraine. Vladimir Putin's unprovoked and unjustified full-scale invasion of Ukraine has unified the NATO alliance. Most recently, the world has watched in horror as images from Bucha have surfaced, mass graves and bodies strewn throughout the street. NATO must be resolute in its efforts to continue its support for Ukraine. This resolution, introduced by Congressman Connolly and myself, will affirm the democratic values of NATO and establish a Center for Democratic Resilience. Having served as the president of NATO PA, I support the fundamental role of that this organization would play in strengthening and defending democracies worldwide. I also want to congratulate my colleague for his efforts in support of this global organization. Congressman Connolly, who currently serves as the president of NATO PA, has represented the United States very well there and brings forth a resolution that is of great importance to really the founding issues and certainly the substance of NATO. The resolution we are considering today advances this goal by reaffirming that NATO is an alliance founded on democratic principles and calling on the U.S. to support the establishment of this center within NATO headquarters. This center would and could monitor challenges and threats to democracy, human rights, and the rule of law among member nations. It also is partnering with democratic organizations. The center will assist member states and aspiring member states to preserve and foster democracy among their ranks. I urge all my colleagues to join me today in support of this resolution. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I thank the Speaker, and I want to thank my good friend from Ohio for his leadership. He's the former president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly as well, and he has provided unwavering support for America's leadership in this alliance and for the alliance itself. And he's a highly respected figure on both sides of the Atlantic, and I thank him for his leadership. I'm pleased to recognize our good friend, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle, for 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank both of my colleagues, both of whom have served as not only members of this House and members of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, but both have led that body as President Emeritus and our current President, Mr. Connolly. I was there in Brussels with my colleagues just a month ago in the days immediately preceding Vladimir Putin's brutal Russian invasion of Ukraine. And there, our delegation, on a bipartisan basis, made the case for this resolution, made the case for why such a center is needed now more than ever. We are seeing an attack not only on the people of Ukraine, but on our democratic values. They are at stake in a way today that they haven't been since the fall of the Berlin Wall, and in some sense that they haven't been under this sort of attack since 1945. I am proud to be a part, as Mr. Connolly mentioned, of our NATO Parliamentary Assembly. We'll be going this weekend to another such NATO PA meeting. This association, this alliance, is needed now more than ever. I'm so proud to see this country redouble its commitment to the alliance. But as Mr. Connolly has said time and time again, this cannot just be an alliance built on our shared interest. It must be an alliance based on our shared values. So I strongly support this resolution, and I urge its unanimous bipartisan adoption. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I yield 5 minutes to the Congresswoman from Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez.
The gentlewoman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my good friend and former President of NATO Parliamentary Assembly, Mike Turner. Today, I'm here as a proud co-sponsor of the House Resolution 831. I stand alongside our esteemed colleagues and the President of NATO Parliamentary Assembly, Mr. Jerry Connolly, and our past President, to support the establishment of a Center of Democratic Resilience within NATO. Just yesterday, we celebrated 73 years since the formation of NATO, an alliance that has assured not just mutual defense to one another, but beyond our strategic military alliances, we also share a commitment to our democratic principles. And I think that's the most important thing about this resolution. Establishing an entity designed to promote and protect and strengthen democratic institutions will further advance the collective security of our allies and NATO's missions to promoting freedom, human rights, democracy, and of course, the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, I have had the honor to serve as a parliamentary member twice during my time in Congress, and both have given me the opportunity to witness NATO's defining trait, which is unity. Unity does not simply mean presenting a united front. It means being united in spirit and purpose. Today, as Russia waged war on NATO's border, that unity of purpose is more important than ever. It is also clear that Ukraine shares in our spirit and purpose as well. And that's why this resolution urged NATO to continue to provide unwavering support to the people of Ukraine as they fight for their sovereignty, territorial integrity, and a democratic future. We cannot and we must not allow Russia to dictate the terms of a sovereign nation policy. I continue to support Ukraine to be afforded the opportunity to join our defensive alliance. And I think it's clear that the past attempts to placate through indefinite delays for Georgia and Ukraine have ended in tragedy. Tragedy struck Georgia in 2008, and Ukraine again in 2014 and 2020. And those are evidence of how ineffective denying them membership to NATO is for protecting peace. Evidence, especially in Bucha, indicates sanctioned mass killings, the rape and murder of small children, and targeting of civilian shelters housing infants and elderly, all while the Russian leadership talks about a country that doesn't exist. Together, I think NATO must continue to present a united front, and we must increase, of course, our aid to Ukraine, and we must assure that countries may make decisions to enter alliances without foreign interference. And this is the reason this resolution is so important about our principles and our united purpose. And we must never cede an inch of our freedom or our values. And I know that united we can do this. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Minute. I yield a minute to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Andy Harris.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise with concern about some of the wording in this, in the preamble. I think this is the reason why we should actually go through the normal process, not a suspension process, for something as critical as this resolution. Clearly, I have no argument against the threat that Russia has against democracies in Europe. My problem is with page 2, line 3, internal threats from proponents of illiberalism. That is a progressive left-wing dog whistle for Poland and Hungary. Why in the world, as Russia is attacking Ukraine and Poland is the center for bringing our military assistance into Ukraine, why in the world, in a preamble, would we appear to attack one of our NATO allies? It's unnecessary. It's unwise. Again, having a Center for Democratic Resilience, I don't have an argument with that. My argument was the preamble that clearly includes inflammatory language toward two of our best allies in NATO, Poland and Hungary. With that, I yield back.
As I informed Congressman Harris, the ambassador to NATO from Hungary openly supports this center, and I know Poland does also.
If
This
the
is
gentleman
this
will
is
yield
something
15
this is something that is important overall for NATO, and it does have support of both those nations. And there certainly is no intention other than to support democracy in this. I yield.
Gentleman from Ohio has the floor.
I yield on my current time.
The gentleman yields.
Yes. I reserve. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, the gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All I can say is, having authored this language, I don't know what the gentleman from Maryland is referring to. When we talk about illiberal forces within the NATO alliance, it's all inclusive. New York Times did an extensive podcast series on illiberal right-wing groups within Germany's police and military. Not Hungary, not Poland, Germany. Many of our colleagues, when we meet in NATO Parliamentary Assembly meetings, express concern about their own internal challenges to their own democratic institutions. And it is simply false that we're somehow selecting any particular country. This is a concern expressed by virtually all. And we recognize that we've got work to do in shoring up and building democratic institutions even within the alliance, that we can't take it for granted. What we say is democracy is resilient but can also be fragile. And that's what this reference is about, and would be recognized by virtually every NATO member as such. So while I certainly can understand Mr. Harris wanting to express a concern, I would hope we have debunked it, because it is nowhere even close to being what he has characterized. I reserve.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio yields the balance. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I think this is a really important resolution. It's also timely because, as Mr. Boyle indicated, we have our next NATO Parliamentary Assembly meeting in Athens this weekend. And if we're going to have input to the strategic concept of NATO, which is being revised and will be adopted next month in May, we've got to have this in hand as an expression, a bipartisan expression of the collective concern and commitment of this body. I am honored by the fact that this is bipartisan. It passed the House Foreign Affairs Committee overwhelmingly. And I would hope that later today we have a strong bipartisan vote on this resolution so we can bring it to our deliberations in Athens and in Madrid in the next 2 months. With that, I yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman from Virginia yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 831 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on motions to support the rules, suspend the rules previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: H.R. 1218, H.R. 2501, H.R. 4476, H.R. 5689, H.R. 5641, and House Resolution 831. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1218 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 211, H.R. 1218, a bill to require the Federal Communications Commission to incorporate data on maternal health outcomes into its broadband health maps.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace, the South Carolina from the House, Ms. Mace will vote aye on H.R. 1218.
I didn't see him, sorry. For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Chairman David Scott, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 1218. Thanks for today, Frank.
From New Jersey seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Ms. Lucille Roybal Allard, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1218.
Does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on H.R. 1218.
Purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, on H.R. 1218, as the member designated by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote yes.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Henry Cuellar, Joaquin Castro, Mr. Cooper, Ms. Barragan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1218.
From Illinois seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote aye on H.R. 1218.
What does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Carter of Louisiana and Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1218.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Congressman Doug Lambert of the great state of Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Lambert will vote yea on H.R. 1218.
On Cleansinger, I just didn't know. Hey, kids. What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Dr. Gosar will vote aye on the measure.
Does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Wolarski of Indiana and Mr. McHenry from North Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Wolarski and Mr. McHenry will vote aye on H.R. 1218.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on H.R. 1218.
Does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Brown of Maryland, I inform the House this member will vote yes on H.R. 1218.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on H.R. 1218.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Hartzler of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote yea on H.R. 1218.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Porter, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 1218.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Cardenas and Harder, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 1218.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ Lawson and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that all three of these members will vote yea on H.R. 1218.
purposes does a For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Swazi, I inform the House that Mr. Swazi will vote yes on H.R. 1218.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I would like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting aye on House Resolution 1218. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on H.R. 1218.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fulcher of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher will be no on H.R. 1218.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on H.R. 1218.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yea on H.R. 1218.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Schakowsky of Illinois, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.R. 1218.
On this vote, the yeas are 409, the nays are 11. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Should I do this? Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2501 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 212, H.R. 2501, a bill to require the National Telecommunications and Information Administration and the Federal Communications Commission to update the Memorandum of Understanding on Spectrum Coordination.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Hartzler of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote yea on H.R. 2501.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Swazi, I inform the House Mr. Swazi will vote yes on H.R. 2501.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Dr. Gosar will vote yea on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Schakowsky of Illinois, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.R. 2501.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote yes on H.R. 2501.
For what purpose does the gentle lady from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Carter of Louisiana and Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2501.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on H.R. 2501.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yea on H.R. 2501.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting aye on H.R. 2501. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Evans of Pennsylvania and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on H.R. 2501.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, from the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on H.R. 2501.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on H.R. 2501.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina from the House, Ms. Mace will vote aye on H.R. 2501.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson and Christ and Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that all three of these members will vote yea on H.R. 2501.
What purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio will vote aye on H.R. 2501.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Chairman Scott, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 2501.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Doug Lamborn of Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Lamborn will vote yea on H.R. 2501.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Ms. Lucille Roybal Allard, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2501.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Wolarski of Indiana and Mr. McHenry from North Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Wolarski and Mr. McHenry will vote aye on H.R. 2501.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Cardenas and Hardis, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 2501.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Porter, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 2501.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fulcher of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher will be yes on H.R. 2501.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yes on H.R. 2501.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Jim Cooper, Ms. Nanette Barragan, Mr. Joaquin Castro, Mr. Henry Cuellar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2501.
No. For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on H.R. 2501.
Purposes does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Anthony Brown, I inform the House Mr. Brown votes yes on H.R. 2501.
On this vote, the yeas are 418, the nays are 6. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4209 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title. A little change. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4476 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 172, H.R. 4476, a bill to establish the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, Trade and Economic Security Council, and the position of Assistant Secretary for Trade and Economic Security within the Department of Homeland Security and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Okay. For what purposes does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Hartzler of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote nay on H.R. 4476.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Ceres, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Ms. Lucille Roybal Allard, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 4476.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Doug Lamborn of Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Lamborn will vote yea on H.R. 4476.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Suozzi of New York, I inform the House Mr. Suozzi will vote yes on H.R. 4476.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on H.R. 4476.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on H.R. 4476.
What purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Dr. Gosar will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida and Mr. Carter of Louisiana, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 4476.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote yes on 4476.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Evans of Pennsylvania, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on H.R. 4476.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio will vote aye on H.R. 4476.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Schakowsky of Illinois, and from the House that she will vote yes on H.R. 4476.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina and Ms. Bilarski of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry and Ms. Bilarski will vote aye on H.R. 4476.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Porter, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 4476.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fulcher of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher will be voting yes on 4476.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Jim Cooper, Nanette Barragan, Joaquin Castro, and Henry Cuellar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 4476.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace, South Carolina, from the House, Ms. Mace will vote aye on H.R. 4474.
For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on H.R. 4476.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on H.R. 4476.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Chairman Scott, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 4476.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting nay on H.R. 4476. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kristen Lawson and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that all three members will vote yea on H.R. 4476.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As a member designated by Anthony Brown, I inform the House that Mr. Brown will vote yea on 4476.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yea on 4476.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representatives Cardenas and Harder, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 4476.
Let's vote. The yea ayes are 348. The nays are 74. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection,
Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady voted aye.
We're so close, Jake. We got Jacobs.
Mr. Jacobs of New York. Off aye, on no for Mr. Jacobs of New York.
All right. On this vote, the ayes are 348, the nays are 75. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5689 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 5689, a bill to improve the provision of federal resources to help build capacity and fund risk-reducing, cost-effective mitigation projects for eligible state, local, tribal, and territorial governments and certain private nonprofit organizations and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass this bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. Members are advised this is a 5-minute vote. For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fulcher of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher will be voting yes on H.R. 5689.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Ms. Lucille Roybal Allard, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5689.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, according to H.R. 8, I inform the House Mr. Gonzalez will vote aye on H.R. 5689.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Carter of Louisiana and Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 5689.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on H.R. 5689.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated Mr. Swazi of New York, inform the House Mr. Swazi will vote yes on H.R. 5689.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Mace, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote aye on H.R. 5689.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As member designated Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yea on H.R. 5689.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Hartzler of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote yea on H.R. 5689.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on H.R. 5689.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Dr. Gosar will vote nay on the measure.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by the following: Jim Cooper, Nanette Barragan, Joaquin Castro, and Henry Cuellar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5689.
For For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote yes on H.R. 5689.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Schakowsky of Illinois, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.R. 5689.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wolarski of Indiana and Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Wolarski and Mr. McHenry will vote aye on H.R. 5689.
Purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on H.R. 5689.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Doug Lambert of Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Lambert will vote nay on H.R. 5689.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kristen Lawson of Florida and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that all three members will vote yea on H.R. 5689.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on H.R. 5689.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Cardenas and Harder, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 5689.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Von Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Von Taylor will be voting no on H.R. 5689. Chairs.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Porter, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 5689.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Chairman David Scott, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 5689.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Evans of Pennsylvania and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea.
What purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Anthony Brown, I inform the House Mr. Brown will vote yea on 5689.
Vote. Vote. On this vote, the ayes are 383, the nays are 41, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5641 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 5641, a bill to amend the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act to increase the threshold for eligibility for assistance under Sections 403, 406, 407, and 502 of such act and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass this bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. First, does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Chairman David Scott, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 5641.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Hartzler, Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote yea on H.R. 5641.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Evans of Pennsylvania and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on H.R. 831, calling on the United States government to uphold the founding democratic principles of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, Ms. Wolarski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Wolarski and Mr. McHenry will vote aye on H.R. 5641.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Ms. Lucille Roybal Allard, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5641.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting aye on H.R. 5641. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representatives Harder and Karnas, inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 5641.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote yes on H.R. 5641.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Jim Cooper, Nanette Barragan, Joaquin Castro, and Henry Cuellar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5641.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote aye on H.R. 5641.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Porter, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 5641.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on H.R. 5641.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida and Mr. Carter of Louisiana, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5641.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Dr. Gosar will vote aye on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yea on H.R. 5641.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Doug Lambert of Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Lambert will vote yea on H.R. 5641.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Schakowsky of Illinois, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.R. 5641.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, informed the House that Ms. Mace will vote aye on H.R. 5641.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Lawson of Florida and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that all three members will vote yea on H.R. 5641.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Evans of Pennsylvania and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on H.R. 5641.
Does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on H.R. 5641.
Texas. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on H.R. 5641.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Swazi, I inform the House Mr. Swazi will vote yes on H.R. 5641.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brown, I inform the House that Mr. Brown will vote yea on 5641.
Does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on H.R. 5641.
From Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fulcher of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher will be voting yes on H.R. 5641.
On this vote, the yeas are 414, nays are 11. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley, to suspend the rules and agree with H.Res. 831, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title. As amended.
House Resolution 831. Resolution calling on the United States government to uphold the founding democratic principles of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and establish a Center for Democratic Resilience within the headquarters of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
I can't hear him. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina and Ms. Wolarski of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry and Ms. Wolarski will vote aye on H.Res. 831.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Tchaikovsky of Illinois, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.Res. 831.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote yes on H.R. whatever it is. 831.
Whatever.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on H.Res. 831.
For what purpose does a gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Mace, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote aye on H.Res. 831.
For what purpose does a gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Ms. Lucille Roybal Allard, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 831.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Hartzler of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote yea on H.Res. 831.
For what purpose does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Jim Cooper, Nanette Barragan, Joaquin Castro, and Henry Cuellar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 831.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting aye on H.R. 831. Thank you.
For what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Evans of Pennsylvania and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on H.R. 831.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on H.R. 831.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Porter, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.Res. 831.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, I inform the House Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio will vote aye on H.Res. 831.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Swazi, I inform the House Mr. Swazi will vote yes on H.Res. 831.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Dr. Gosar will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida and Mr. Carter of Louisiana, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.Res. 831.
For what purpose does a gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Doug Lambert of Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Lambert will vote yea on House Resolution 831.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yes on H.R. 831.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on H.Res. 831.
For what purpose does a gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Chairman David Scott, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.Res. 831.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House Mr. Joyce will vote yea on HRES 831.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representatives Cardenas and Harder, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on HRES 831.
This is Pennsylvania. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fulcher of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher will be voting no on HRES 831.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kristen Lawson and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that all three members will vote yea on HRES 831.
This is a gentleman from Maryland seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brown, I inform the House that Mr. Brown will vote yes on House Res 831.
Any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 362, the nays are 63. Two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove myself as co-sponsor of H.R. 3807.
Request is accepted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor of H.R. 3807.
Request is accepted. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor of H.R. 3807. Thank you.
Request is accepted. Any requests for 1-minute speeches? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without
please.
objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as co-chair of the bipartisan Great Lakes Task Force, I rise today to urge the swift appointment of a permanent administrator to lead the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Seaway Development Corporation. The Great Lakes St. Lawrence Seaway Development Corporation is the federal entity responsible for operating and maintaining the U.S. portions of the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Seaway. This 370-mile-long commercial channel runs from the Great Lakes, America's fourth seacoast, to the Atlantic Ocean and then connects our ports with markets around the world. With 40 million tons of industrial and agricultural cargo traversing the seaway each year, it's time to appoint an administrator, and especially in a time of war. We could be backfilling cargoes to Europe right now. It's time to fill this vital position and look forward to a nominee who understands the needs of our region and is ready to partner with the communities, workers, and businesses of America's industrial and agricultural heartland. Thank you, and I yield back.
Do we need me to? For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the Stewart Candy Company's 100th anniversary. Founded in 1922 by James Ernest Stewart in Waycross, Georgia, the Stewart Candy Company has grown into a multi-million-dollar candy business that distributes their products nationwide. From its humble beginnings, where Ernest would package his candies in cigar boxes and deliver them in his Model T, to a massive company that sells candies with the click of a button, 100 years is truly worth celebrating. After Ernest's son James graduated from the University of Georgia and served 3 years in the United States Army, he came home to work at the family business. James, better known as Papa, molded and fashioned Stewart candies into a modernized business production fit for the next generation of Stewarts. 4 of Papa's 6 children came to work for the company and organized the Stewart Distribution Company, a new division of the candy company. Jump to today, and Stewart Candy Company is still making their pure sugar soft peppermints in many different flavors such as banana pudding, key lime, and cinnamon. The company has gone from just 3 employees to 240 employees and works every day to spread the joy of their candies to every American. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize National Library Week. Libraries are the cornerstone of our communities. They provide access to knowledge and services. They expose us to ideas and information that help us better understand ourselves, each other, and the world around us. They connect our children to literature, media, and tutoring services. And during the pandemic, they have played a critical role in ensuring access to internet and technology. I am so grateful for the exceptional libraries in my district, from the Cuyahoga County Public Library and the Cleveland Public Library to the Akron Summit County Library and all the libraries in between. And I am grateful for their dedicated library workers who support Northeast Ohioans from all walks of life. This National Library Week, I want to thank our libraries and librarians for all they do to support an informed, connected community. And I would like to urge my colleagues to support robust funding for these centers of learning and opportunity. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, since before taking office, President Biden and his far-left base have openly expressed their interest in expanding the Supreme Court to create a super legislature filled with unelected liberal justices determined to do the job of Congress and legislate from the bench. After watching the nomination proceedings, I have no doubt that Judge Jackson will be exactly that, a rubber stamp for President Biden's agenda, not an impartial justice who interprets the Constitution how it is written. I believe Judge Jackson's repeated leniency in federal sentencing cases towards prisoners in Guantanamo Bay, child sex offenders, and convicted criminal drug traffickers gives us a window into her activist judicial philosophy and renders her unsuitable to serve on the highest court. On behalf of my neighbors in Middle Tennessee, I urge both our Tennessee senators to vote no on confirming Judge Jackson. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to tell the nation about the service of World War II veteran, someone who became a friend of mine, Isidore Bertone, who on Staten Island we know as Teddy. He was born on September 13, 1925 in Castiglione, a small village in Sicily. Teddy came to the United States with his mother in 1937 to escape the fascist regime of Mussolini, who was recruiting teenagers into service. In October of 1943, at the age of 18, Bertone volunteered for the U.S. Navy during World War II, and he served with distinction for 2.5 years aboard the USS Zircon as part of the crew that rescued American sailors in the accidental sinking of an ammo ship off Boston Harbor during the D-Day invasion of Normandy. I first met Teddy after he wrote a letter to the editor on August 21, 2020, pleading for assistance after his request for help with proving his U.S. citizenship went unanswered. Having his citizenship paper was the most important thing to him because he loved this country so much. I called President Trump's office, and within 4 days, on August 25, 2020, the citizenship office was in his backyard swearing him in, just weeks shy of his 95th birthday. To me, seeing this World War II veteran at the age of 95 being sworn in as an American citizen was the most beautiful thing I ever witnessed. Sadly, Teddy passed away on March 19th at the age of 96. We miss you, Teddy. We all remember your service, and you are a hero to so many of us on Staten Island and across the United States.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the memory of Bob Foote, a tremendous Kansan who passed away on March 25th. Bob was a man of many talents. He built one of the largest cattle operations in America, feeding 550,000 head a year and employing 400. He and his wife, Gail, also built an amazing family who will carry on his legacy and lead Foote Cattle Company into the future. Bob had tenacity, grit, confidence, and he wasn't afraid to embrace an aggressive approach to business. His motto was "Get it," which he would say to remind those around him to never give up and to keep pushing forward. Bob was a staunch conservative who would often be found giving one of his trademark Bob Foote lectures on politics. He was a true patriot, and most importantly, now that he's gone into heaven, he was a man of great faith. From the farm and headquarters in eastern Kansas to ranch land in the Flint Hills, to feed yards in western Kansas, I'm hard-pressed to think of any ag producer who had such an impact on the entirety of Kansas agriculture. Whether he was buying cattle or sharing his faith and work ethic with his grandchildren, Bob believed that we should use the talents that God gave him to be the best man that he could possibly be. He is now able to reunite with his beloved Colleen and together watch over his legacy, the Foote Cattle Company, and gaze proudly on his beloved Gail and his sons Scott, Brad, and Greg as they continue to lead the industry and Kansas agriculture forward. Bob Foote, may you rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it is a privilege and honor today to congratulate the University of South Carolina women's basketball team on winning the NCAA National Championship. It is a great day to be a Gamecock. After a heartbreaking loss in the Final Four last year, South Carolina found redemption Sunday night, earning the program's second national championship with a 64-49 victory over second seed UConn. The Gamecock women's basketball team had an incredible season with a 35-2 record, averaging 70 points a game. While every member of the team played their hearts out, Aliyah Boston, the Southeastern Conference Player of the Year, won the Final Four Most Outstanding Player Award. She is the first South Carolina player to earn that honor since A.J. Wilson in 2017. Coach Don Staley had an incredible season. Hard work breeds success, and this team is a prime example of that. The national title is a win for South Carolina and every fan who helped cheer them to victory. Congratulations, Gamecocks, on being the national champions once again. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Did he have? Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I was seeing, did the gentleman have a 1 minute? Okay. In that case, thank you. And I get myself in trouble for coming here with a coffee cup, so I need to, pay my penance there. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, this is going to be one more time I'm going to do something that's a little bit difficult, and I apologize for you being the poor person in the chair when we do this. But I'm going to walk through inflation. And I don't think we actually understand the damage, the economic violence that's happening to the poor, the working poor, the economic future of the country. And sorry, guys, the Democrats get the blame on this one. And we're going to walk through the facts, the mechanisms, but also maybe a couple solutions. But first, this is going to be a tough one. So if you like economics, stay tuned. If you don't like math and economics, I suggest you get away from this presentation as fast as possible. Just also another weird aside, because I get this question all the time. Chamber's empty, but we're probably on 1,000 televisions throughout the campus here, in the House and the Senate, staff, members, and that's in many ways partially who we're communicating to, is to think differently. So first off, functionally 1 year ago, I think it was March 2021, the Democrats did one of their huge stimulus bills. And I'm going to show you, not a single Republican voted for it. And that is the moment you can track the explosion in inflation. It was the classic case. I'm stealing Larry Summers' quote from one of his presentations a couple days ago. There was a piling of dry kindling, and the Democrats decided to take a kerosene-soaked log, light it on fire, throw it on that kindling, and boom. And now we're having a number of our economists say we may have inflation for an entire decade. This is not transitory. Do you remember over and over and over when Treasury Secretary Yellen, who I used to have amazing respect for, but now she's become a partisan, would say to us, oh, it's transitory. A number of the Democrat economists, it's transitory. They're no longer saying that. They basically admitted they screwed up. And a lot of people are getting hurt right now. And I'm going to show over and over, if you're a middle-class person, if you're part of the working poor, you are poorer today than 14 months ago when the Democrats took power. So let's actually have a little bit of amusement here. You may all remember this. This is from before the stimulus bill from a year ago. Larry Summers, not a big Republican, Now, come on, Larry Summers has classically always been one of the left's favorite economists, except when he told them saying, don't do this. Don't do this. You already have pumped so much cash into the system. Remember, the world sort of splits. The left believes in sort of a Keynesian model of consumption economics. The right sort of believes in productivity, make more things. It's referred to as supply side. They decided to stimulate consumption, hand out lots of money, and now you are poorer today than you were a year ago. And the left's own sort of biggest voice, Larry Summers, basically begged them not to do it. But there is a policy around here: buy your votes, spend lots of taxpayer money. And even today, Wall Street Journal has an editorial featuring many of the comments from Larry Summers talking about he expects actually a pretty severe recession now. We're going to pay a price for my brothers and sisters on the left basically failing their basic economics class. So let's actually walk through. Here's basically the chart. And you can see the inflationary expectations when the Democrats took power, when they actually passed their big stimulus bill, and off to the races. My community in January had a 10.9% year-over-year inflation. Some of our model right now says this month and next month, we're actually going to be having inflationary spikes. And I need you to have a concept. So everyone's fretting right now, oh, the Federal Reserve is going to raise interest rates. You know, it's 2%. They might actually go 0.5%. If you go back to the early 80s and the Paul Volcker time, they had to raise the federal funds rate equal to inflation. If today the actual inflation rate, as of this moment, is not 6%, but closer to 8.1, are you ready for a federal funds rate at 8? Because that's what it takes. Because understand, if you're borrowing money today at, federal funds rate 2.5, and inflation really is closer to 8, that's a huge gap. Those need to actually be in alignment because you have a negative actual interest rate. When you're borrowing below what inflation is costing, if the dollar goes to this value every day and you're paying this, you have substantial negative interest rates. What do you think is going to happen? So back to the reality. This is what we've done. Actually, I take that back. We didn't do it. The Republicans didn't do it. The Democrats did this. And they did this without a single Republican vote. This line functionally is your income. And yes, it's had a little bit of movement up, but this is your purchasing power because your income has become worth less. In January, when we got the 2021 basic data, the mean in our country was about 2.5% poorer. Their purchasing power, they became poorer. And inflation's only increased since then. The reality of it is really bad economics end up hurting people. And you'll notice it's this White House and an absolutely, almost laughable, well, it's Putin's inflation. Of course, it was going on long before Putin invaded Ukraine. Well, it's the big oil companies, except it was Democrat policies that created the natural gas shortages last year. They're desperate to run away from the responsibility of what they have done. And it's not part of this board deck, but repeatedly I've come to this floor and tried to walk through what are the two things if you want to kick the working poor's head in economically. What do? Well, inflation, right? And here's another article right now from the Washington Post. So, a truly conservative publication, right? Fed officials, inflation falls hardest on poorer families. So the excuse saying, well, inflation really wasn't hurting the poor. I mean, come on, we're back to reality. You're crushing economically the poor. So number one is inflation. Number two, if you actually look at the data on those folks we put in that category of the working poor, they're individuals who often didn't finish high school or they didn't go to college. They sell their labors. Do what the left has done this last year. Open up the border. Have millions of people cross the border, come into the country, who offer similar skill sets, where they basically, their economic value is they're going to sell their labor. And now you take the population we love and care about, but we're crushing that working poor and say, hey, you now get to compete with a couple million new residents who are going to sell their labor. The policy of the last 14 months has just been brutal. And you see it in the data. Income inequality has gotten worse since the Democrats have taken. Food insecurity has gotten worse. Minority populations, the incredible gains that happened in 2018, 2019, the first quarter of 2020 before the pandemic, have been lost. So if you actually care, if you actually say, I care about economic growth is moral, would you keep doing policies that keep hurting people? I mean, it's math. At some point, I would be elated if the left said, okay, they accept that their model doesn't work, basically has never worked. And instead of sort of spending massive amounts of money, we're going to talk about the danger the country is now in because of the incredible levels of spending and how fragile, there's this fragility concept of interest rates and debt we're going to walk through a bit. If the Democrats really cared, they would basically steal the supply side economics, call it their own, and they've done that before on other things, and say, we care about poor people. We're actually going to help them. But you can't do it this way. Every single day, the Democrats have had absolute control. People have gotten poorer. And to once again there was one Democrat that voted no, so I'll give that person credit. 0 Republicans voted yes, but 220 to 211 voting no. This is what they called the American Rescue Plan, except now we need to be rescued from the Democrats' American Rescue Plan. And some of these slides are going to get a little thick. This is going to be, and I apologize, and wave at me if I'm talking too fast. Purchasing power of $100. We talk about inflation, but most people don't really process what it means. So let's actually sort of pretend that the baseline inflation that we were at, what we believe we're at this last quarter, about 7.4, if you had that for 10 years, so if I gave you $100 today, 10 years ago, what would the purchasing power of that $100 be? It functionally is about $46. You've lost more than half of it. You basically, your value, your wealth got cut in half. Now, if you're on the rich side, you own lots of real estate, you have lots of assets. Inflation, basically, those assets become a hedge. But if you're the young family, if you're someone that's retired, you're living on a pension, or you're living on your savings, or you're trying to get a family started, every day being able to participate in the American dream gets harder. There is a reason inflation is one of the most destructive forces in the world, in societies, because it is the ultimate spreader of income inequality. Those who have assets, you're basically indemnified from inflation. But if you don't have a bunch of assets, you are this. This is what happens to you. Your dollar at the current rate of inflation will be cut in half in a decade. This is what the policies of this place from the last 14 months, and now we're seeing models saying it may not be at 7.4. Some are saying it could be 4 or 5. I'm a little more worried. But there are also, some of the best experts are now saying inflation now may be structurally built in for this next decade. Do you understand the damage that is going to do to the American people? And just some of the different slides trying to understand what the trajectory is right now. You know, we're basically looking at what was projected to be some of the inflationary trends. Current line basically is starting to look at about an 8, an 8.4. I actually think this year, remember, last year, oh, it's transitory. Oh, it's just it's a seasonal spike. It's a supply chain spike. Now we see the studies that say, hey, no, half of the inflation from last year, so if you're my community, 10.9 year over year, was policy from this body. It wasn't the Federal Reserve, it was policy from this body. The other half, well, we'll call it supply chain. But then you got to read the rest of the article. It basically breaks down that the stresses in the supply chain were workers, misallocation, those things that also happened to be substantially related to federal policy. This is an occasion where the Federal Reserve may be a sinner of keeping interest rates too low too long. But Congress, 1 year ago, with their American Rescue Plan, not a single Republican voted for it, decided to throw kerosene in matches when their own Democrat economists, when Larry Summers is saying, don't do it. Congratulations, you made America poor. Now, there is this concept out there called a wage price spiral. And this is really important to get your head around, because there's those out there who think, oh, the Federal Reserve will raise interest rates a little bit, and some of the container ships will come in and supply chain and everything will be wonderful. That's not the math. There's this concept of, well, prices went up, so I need to be paid more. But if I need to be paid more, the business, to keep its margins, needs to raise its prices. Well, if they raise their prices, I need to be paid more because the business needs to keep their margins and I need to be able to afford the goods and services. And you start this sort of ratchet. And it's referred to as a wage and price spiral. And it becomes this really unholy circle where wages and demand pass make a circle. The firm needs to keep its margins to stay in business. Well, then you have higher prices, you have higher inflation, and you chase each other. And one of the only ways economists have to break this, you got two choices. You do a bunch of policies very quickly to spike productivity. Well, that would mean my brothers and sisters on the left to basically walk away from their economic theory and say they've just become supply-siders and we're going to do everything we can to make more stuff. Or we go into recession. And a number of economists basically now say we're heading to recession. And Larry Summers actually thinks it's a pretty tough recession coming. It's a really miserable, horrible thing to do to people who are just getting out of pandemic, just trying to get their lives back together. You hit them with inflation, you flood the borders, you push up crime, you push up fentanyl deaths in my area, and now you're going to run the country into a recession. Yay, team. And this was from last week, and I'm told, actually, some of these numbers have actually gotten worse this week, but we didn't have time to print a new board. Citibank basically now says 25% chance of a recession before the end of the year. Goldman, they were at 27.5 last week. I'm told some of these numbers are now up. Economists like Larry Lindsay I think, is predicting before the end of this month, we actually start to hit the very first steps of a recessionary cycle. Now remember, if prices have gone up faster than your wages, so every day you're getting a little bit poorer, you begin to pull back on your purchases. The model basically says that's what kicks off a recessionary cycle. Now, in the past, when you did your high school economics class, it was, inventories go up too high and you stop buying stuff and you bleed down your inventories. This is one, there is such a thing as an inflationary-driven recessionary cycle because all of a sudden you don't have the same purchasing power, and you actually saw some of the consumer data hitting last week that all of a sudden consumers are starting to change their behavior. Larry Lindsay may have it right that these Democrat policies are basically paying off what Larry Summers told you was going to happen. And trust me, I never thought I'd be behind this microphone saying Larry Summers got it right. Now you actually go into what are some of the other stressors that will make it so inflation doesn't taper off. Remember, what is inflation? It's too many dollars chasing too few goods and services. So you can slow down, you can crush, you can remove liquidity, you can have the Federal Reserve basically bleed off some of its inventory of bonds and other holdings. They can raise interest rates, and that squeezes down the money supply. Or the other side, you could make more stuff. But it would require our brothers and sisters on the left who run this place. They run Washington. They have the presidency, they have the House, they have the Senate. To do things to incentivize our brothers and sisters not to retire early, for young people to get into the workforce, for some of the populations that, the just dystopian policies of COVID, where we force so many working families and working moms out of the labor force after those miracle years of 2018, 2019, first quarter 20, where we saw wages of particularly women of color, just miraculous numbers. And then the policy of shutting down the schools, shutting down the economy, those are the populations who you can see have been just crushed. Unless we get back to levels of participating in the economy, you can't get the productivity. So could you and I come together as people on the left and the right and say, we're going to incentivize our brothers and sisters who may have chosen to retire, come back in. We're going to incentivize individuals saying to come back into the labor force because we need to make more stuff. This is not complicated economics. It's just a lot of complicated decisions, and it will require the left basically to walk away from some of their orthodoxy. The other thing, and I show this slide just to sort of point out what's happening demographically. It's also an opportunity, but it's also really tough. We actually have a situation here. If you actually look where we're at, if you come to the 10-year marks, so into the decade, we functionally are heading at parts where 22%, actually 22% of the population at the end of the decade are 65 and older. Okay? What are the leverages we would have here in Congress to encourage those individuals to stay in the labor force? We've already done some things in regards to the Social Security tax penalties, but could we do more of that? If this is about a labor shortage that also is going to continue the inflationary cycle, and you have the choice of making people poorer by shoving us into recession or making more stuff, what are the levers you can pull to incentivize capital investments by businesses and organizations, and then our brothers and sisters just get into or come back into the labor force? There's also other reasons, and this does tie together. You understand how fragile This is a basic chart showing how soon Social Security and the Medicare Part A trust fund. Most of Medicare is actually a general fund expenditure. The hospital portion, what we call A, is in a trust fund. And they're out of money. 2027, Medicare Part A is modeled to be empty. And this number is actually sooner because of what we did last year. This board was printed last year. Social Security Trust Fund is out of money, I think, in 2032, 31. It may be our best guess now. If you have more of our brothers and sisters in the labor force, these numbers go out. If you have productivity, if you have, but there's a small problem. As inflation kicks off and the COLA mechanisms and Medicare healthcare costs keep going up, we're not absolutely sure what happens if we don't get more labor force participation, more people in the economy working, and all the costs here. These numbers these bankruptcies running out of money in Social Security and Medicare Part A may be happening a lot sooner. And so the brain trust around here has this idea that says, hey, let's take the Medicare benefit age, instead of making it 65, let's make it 60. Because that way we can have the bankruptcy of it happen much sooner. But it's good politics. It's great virtue signaling from the speechifying. Maybe good getting reelected. It's horrible economics. And to understand how bad the economics have been, this is a slide I made last year, the end of last year, to understand what 2021 was like from a fiscal standpoint. The punchline, when you look at all these numbers, is we were borrowing over $47,000 every second. Borrowed money. Every second we were borrowing $47,000. You wonder why we kicked off inflation. Excuse me, they kicked off inflation. You also wonder why your country, from a financial standpoint, is so fragile. And I'm going to show you a slide here at the end. It's basically the punchline at the end, that if the couple points, 2 points higher interest rate hold for a couple decades, at the end of those couple decades, every dime of revenue, receipts, into the federal government just covers interest costs. Does anyone around here own a calculator? So, and don't give me, oh, we need more tax receipts, because the fact of the matter, post-tax reform, you had number 2 and number 3 highest revenue years in U.S. history, adjusted for inflation. Real receipts, adjusted for inflation. And you're going to notice, even last year was the highest ever. And the only reason these two weren't number 1 and number 2 is I think 2014 had a weird timing effect on some paybacks from TARP and some other things. So the folks here that don't tell the truth about math, saying, oh, you guys did tax reform at the end of 2017. Yeah, but we grew the economy at a breakneck pace. The poor got dramatically less poor. And tax receipts came screaming in, particularly from overseas, unlike was predicted by the left. Oh, it's a giveaway, except we took in a hell of a lot more taxes. And remember, the new tax code that we're still under today was more progressive than the old one. In other words, the rich are paying a higher percentage of federal income taxes than they were before we did tax reform at the very end of 2017. But that was a supply side type of tax reform, encouraging to make more stuff, to make the society more productive, to provide more opportunity. And it worked. But it wasn't basically a giveaway model that the left embraces, and therefore they repeatedly lie about it. And yes, think about this. Even with all the horrible things that went on, 2020, a slight reduction in total tax revenues, receipts. 2021, highest ever. We basically broke through $4 trillion. Our problem is We still took that $4 trillion and then spent a couple trillion on top of that. So we borrowed a couple trillion last year on top of all the cash that came in through taxes. And all that borrowing, you start to realize the fraud, the danger, because you see this whole section here, that green, that's magic money. That's functionally the Federal Reserve buying our debt. So they basically lay a claim on banking deposits, a theoretical claim, and buy it. So when you functionally have $5 trillion thrown in, do you blame the Federal Reserve or do you blame us who basically are running these massive deficits and debt? Look, the Federal Reserve is like the family member to an alcoholic family that keeps buying us beer. They basically have enabled our bad policy decisions. If we had to pay the actual price for a lot of this crazy spending, but by doing what they did here, and the next time you have someone say, oh, it's Japan, well, Japan's down here, China's there, Federal Reserve, and then this is functionally individuals. And we're going to show some other slides that really worry me of what's the appetite for people to basically buy a U.S. bond to help us keep financing this crazy debt and deficits, and the fact every day the bond is actually worth less money. So you go buy a 10-year bond today. I think the post I saw just before coming in here, it was sitting about 2.5. If it's true that at this moment, inflation may be running somewhere from 6 to 8, how much you're losing every single day in your value? People are loaning the money and taking a negative rate of return. That isn't going to go on long. And that's when you hear this discussion of inverted yield curves. I was going to do a whole presentation on yield curves, and the staff basically looked at me in terror, so I'm not going to do that to you. But just basically understand, when you hear the term inverted, it basically says, theoretically, if I loan you money in a short term, I should be willing to take a lower interest rate because there's less risk than if I loan you money longer. I should ask for a little bit more premium because more bad things, more unknowns, black swans can happen. When it inverts, it basically says, I expect something bad in the short term, but eventually it will work itself out, so I'm willing to give you longer term money at a better yield or better price. The yield curve has right now two things that should send you some very weird messages. The short term is inverted and then comes back and inverts, but at the end of the curve, longer term, you start to see people are getting very worried about those 20 years, 30 years of long-term U.S. debt. You're starting to see it in the actual pricing of our debt. And that should be signaling you some very scary messages. And a chart like this, and this one isn't, I'm not even sure it's completely accurate yet. I think the numbers are actually worse. But we're right here. We're functioning now working on the 2023 budget. And they're basically trying to tell you, hey, be prepared. We're going to be well over $1 trillion a year, 8 years from now, 8 budget years from now. Just the interest cost is $1 trillion. And that's assuming the CBO's baseline interest rate that is nowhere near high enough. So we were already heading at the end of this decade to $1 trillion a year just borrowing costs. That was just the interest. Because remember, it's not what we borrow today, it's what we borrow today and all the other debt that has to be refinanced. Because the bond that was sold 10 years ago comes due, we don't pay it off. We just take it and sell more debt and refinance it. So if you have a $100 billion option of new debt, new borrowing, because of our incredible spending, there may be another $300 billion on top of that. That's what we call the roll, the weighted daily average timing. So just have that in your head. Functionally in 8 years, interest is $1 trillion a year. And the hits keep getting worse. This is before the craziness of the spending. We were already scheduled, and let's see, this board was printed, I think, in 2021. So it missed trillions of dollars of additional borrowing and spending. We were already scheduled to borrow $112 trillion of running debt in today's dollars in 29 years. 3/4 of it was Medicare. Functionally, 1/4 of it is Social Security. The rest of the budget is substantially in balance. And if inflation now is about to drive medical costs up, and inflation actually changes the COLA of Social Security, these numbers get dramatically worse. But there's a scam here. And I'm going to do my best here to try to explain this. You're retired. You have savings. You're getting your Medicare, your Social Security. But your savings, as this inflation continues, every day is worth a little less money. Who gets that value? If inflation is you hear the term eating away at your value, where does that value go? It basically goes to this side of the ledger when you're paying back those bonds, that debt. You're paying it back now with less valuable dollars. So it's basically a transfer from everyone it's saved, particularly our retired population. Remember, at the end of the decade, 22% of the population is 65 or older. The population that has saved, they become poorer, and that money functionally is transferred to being able to pay back our debt, but now you get to pay it back with inflated dollars. It's a secret backdoor way to strip savers, older Americans, of their wealth and move it to pay back the crazy amounts of borrowing that are going on. So now we structurally will also now make, and it really affects our retired population. They get poorer, but it's also a way to pay back the amazing amount of debt with what you call inflated dollars, less valuable dollars. And it's a wink, wink, nod, nod. And there's some economists, particularly here in Washington, who will actually say, don't say it out loud, Schweikert, but we almost need to do this because there's no way this body is capable of doing the policies that would create the level of growth and economic participation that would raise everyone's wealth, everyone's prosperity, and therefore the tax receipts and the less need for social entitlements and social transfer programs. We could do really good policy for really good economics, or we can just inflate our way out of part of the crushing debt. And it looks like Democrat policies have decided we're going to inflate our way. Because that's what's happened here. That's the decision that's been made. This chart is a little hard to get our head around, but what's important about it is to get our sense of how fast, since January 21, the levels of borrowing through the Federal Reserve are going. And this one basically says since January 21, there's been another $2.5 trillion of transfer from Federal Reserve absorbing U.S. sovereign debt. Basically, they're creating magic money to help us keep financing our spending. And that's also money because of our fiscal decisions. Inflation didn't come out of nowhere. Because I've said it, this is the third time I'm going to say it. Even Democrat economists were warning the majority here that this was coming. And you decided to kick Americans in the head. And so think about this. President Biden, Speaker Pelosi made a decision. And so far in President Biden's term, we functionally have well over $2.5 trillion of additional debt piled on. It's a remarkable record. In a time when we were coming out of the COVID dystopia, we piled on another $2.5 trillion, plus created all sorts of other unfunded liabilities. And the next slide is really important to get our heads around. There's this concept of fragility. If it's true, we may be heading into not just, because we all agree the fraud of saying the inflation is transitory, okay, that con job has now come to an end. Now the left is going to try to say, well, it's Putin's inflation, it's big oil inflation. Americans aren't stupid. You know, and I'm particularly blessed. I represent one of the best educated districts in all of America. So I have freaky smart people in my Phoenix, Scottsdale district. And they get this. But there's this concept of fragility. What happens to the country if interest rates are just a bit higher than we've modeled? Do you have a sense of what happens? And this board is from a year ago when we did the math. If interest rates are just 2 points, 2%, which is already happening, 2% higher than CBO's baseline, Congressional Budget Office baseline, functionally, in 29 years, every dollar of tax receipts, tax income, tax, however you want to call it, in Ways and Means we call it receipts, every dollar just pays the interest bill. It buys nothing. There's no more money for education, space travel. There's no more money for Medicare, Medicaid. There's no more money because all we're paying is interest. This is the fragility. This is how dangerous you've made this country's economics by borrowing so much money and then screwing up the economics. So my point of this 45 minutes of rambling, inflation, very, very dangerous. There are policy decisions. Those policy decisions will require the Democrats to walk away from their orthodoxy. They'll have to admit they've been worshiping a false economics god and join us in doing things that are actually good for society, good for poor people, good for the working poor, good for the middle class. And dear God, hopefully we're not too late. Because if Larry Summers is correct, that we're actually going to go into a pretty harsh recession, you want to kick people in the head, you want to destroy the middle class, you want to make it so it takes years to get back to normality, and now you have economists saying the inflation may be with us for a decade. Even if Republicans take back Congress and then take back the White House, it could be a decade before we repair the damage that this body did in 14 months. And with that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I yield back.
Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate and noon for legislative business.